appendicitis, but that's not showing it. All right, this is the Provo Municipal Council work session, and we're meeting about our budget priorities. It is 12:07 on Tuesday, January 16th, 2024. We will do a roll call of all the elected officials, starting with Travis.
Travis Hoban, Craig Christensen, George Hanley,
Patrice McKay,
Gary Garrett,
Becky Bogdan, and Rachel Whipple's excused today, and the mayor is excused. Although this is a public meeting, only the presenters and those invited by the council may speak or ask questions, unless otherwise invited by the chair. Please wait to speak until called on by the chair. When speaking, please be sure to use a microphone so the record is clear and those attending virtually can hear you. Please also be sure to limit side conversations as they interfere with the audio recording. If you need to have a side conversation, please step out of the workroom. All right, this is a more informal meeting where we discuss about our council priorities for the year. We will go over discussion reviewing the process of fiscal year 2024, and it was presented by Justin Harrison, our council executive director.
Thanks, Chair McKay. You don't mind if I just sit here instead of going up? All right. Well, as Chair McKay mentioned, we'll start by reviewing the council's FY24 priorities, and really it's meant to be much more conversational, much more informal. So if you have questions, feel free, chime in. We've got a number of departments here as well with us. I'm sure they'd love to answer questions if there are any specific questions. If not, we can always pass those along and get answers for the council. But as
Chair McKay, just want to let you know that Councilor Whipple is online with us.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Michael. As you saw in the back of materials and in the presentation, there were a number of budget priorities that the council adopted in the last fiscal year. Arguably too many, but we're going to change that a little this year. So the goal is to narrow this down. We'll say 3 to maybe 5 is a nice, we'll call it a round odd number. And really the goal after we go through this is to frame this in kind of 2 ways of what are the council's priorities in the upcoming budget year, specifically FY25, but also are there any aspirational or long-term goals that may fit separately? These may include CIP projects or just longer-term goals that wouldn't be accomplished in 1 fiscal year. But we'll jump in and go through and just look where some of the budget priorities from the last fiscal year currently stand. So one of the priorities for the council was the funding and completion of long-range plans. So that included the general plan, downtown master plan, and each of these, I'll kind of cut to the chase. These were all approved in the last year. So the general plan was adopted. The downtown master plan was adopted on May 16th of 2023. The conservation and resiliency plan was adopted on August 1st of 2023. The gateways plan was adopted on October 17th, 2023, and I'll leave that with the caveat that development services staff is still working on coming back to the council to adopt those specific gateways and the standards within the code. But the plan has been adopted, but those specific gateway standards will be forthcoming. And then lastly, the canyons and hillsides and river and lakeshore plans were adopted on December 12th of 2023. Council staff is working on an additional resolution for the appendix to the canyons and hillsides plan based off the motion the council made. So plans have been adopted. There are a few outstanding items, but by and large, those were a huge undertaking, not only by staff, but by the council, and would really just commend the council for undertaking a lot of planning in the last fiscal year. The next priority was a Provo-specific housing study or housing audit. So this came back to the council for discussion on January 31st and February 14th of last year to the work meetings. There was no further action taken as council staff had presented numerous times, and the council had wanted to see what was forthcoming from the state. So the state is working with the Kemp C. Gardner Policy Institute on a housing database. We are still waiting on that finalization. We've also added some additional software, worked with GIS that we can use internally to help with some of those zoning and land use items that come before the council if there's additional information that the council would like to see. Next is, so there was a goal of bringing forth a 5-year staffing plan for police and fire. This is something that was really top of mind by the council for the last number of years in funding additional public safety positions. And the council had asked the administration to come forth with what a staffing plan would look like over the next 5 years. So in this last budget, 3 additional fire captains were funded. These were specific to the airport and allow for the station out there to function more as a 24-hour operation, especially as the airport grows. There were also 2 additional police officers that were funded in the FY24 budget. And then the council added a 3rd additional police officer after going through the truth and taxation process last year.
Justin, are those 2 officers also for the airport, or are those just for like patrol?
They were not specific to the airport. I don't know if they've been assigned there, but
Scott, do you know? Phoebe's not here anymore.
We had the chief for a moment here. I'm not positive on those 2 specific ones if they went to patrol, but I know that the force at the airport did increase also, so I can get you that answer. And there's Chief Beebe. I extended for long enough to get him back in the room.
Yay.
Gosh, you're the hot topic of the.
The answer is yes, 1 went out to the
Went up.
So 1 went out to the airport and the other 2 are patrol. And so do you see any future needs as the airport grows for more of those in the next 5 years?
the next 5 years.
And then what about patrol? Are they sufficiently staffed, or are they gonna also need to be increased in the next 5 years?
We go off it's not a per capita.
You gotta talk,
Kind of,
yeah, you've gotta be like,
I could hold it like county housing.
yes.
So we go off of a 60-40. 60% of the time we want officers to be proactive, responding to calls, 40% proactive doing enforcement work. This is based off a workload study. That is how we project the need for officers. And I think that it does very well because it incorporates what our community has, which is amazing citizens. And so with amazing citizens comes proper behavior and such. So we base it off of our workload versus what the industry standard is per capita. So I don't have those numbers, but I know that we will need to increase as our population increases and crime increases.
So are you going to ask for additional officers this year in the budget season, or
What?
just the 1 for the airport, or
No, just for patrol.
just for patrol? And you guys don't need any more detectives or anything like that, just patrol?
Patrol is the backbone, everything else kind of folds off of patrol. Patrol needs to be staffed and functioning first. But then our other teams are working efficiently. And so right now we're good.
Okay, thanks, Chief Davey.
All right. So kind of jumping deeper into that 5-year staffing plan the administration had provided. So it had called for 3 new firefighters beginning in FY24 for the upcoming 4 years. 3 were funded in the last fiscal year, and 2 new police officers in each year beginning in FY24 going through FY2028. So like we had just talked about, the council funded 1 additional, so funded 3 total last year. Sounds like police will only ask for 1 this year. That'll make for following that plan. And Chief, chime in if I've got these numbers wrong, but the current number of funded positions is 122 with those 3 additional from last year, with the goal being 129 by FY 2028.
So how many of those do we have actually physically here, and how many do we have that we're still offering it, having offers out for? What do you call it, attrition?
So attrition is common, and it takes 2 weeks for an officer to quit. It takes 10 months for an officer to be trained and be on the street. So we're constantly playing this game. Currently, we have 5 openings. We're testing for 4 or 5 positions today. Testing. So it's constant.
Yeah, that's a lot better than 10, 15 when we've been in the past, right?
It is, and the first of the year, we see this happen because of retirements, and that's where most of these have come from, retirements, and then those that make it to the training phase and are washed out of the training phase. Not meeting expectations at this level.
What about fire? I mean, do you guys have, what, the 3 went to the airport, you said, if they were?
On the first one.
Yeah, 3 from last fiscal year went to the airport. The staffing plan calls for 3 additional firefighters each of the next upcoming 3 fiscal years. I will say with that, and I'm glad Chief Edmund and John are here. You want to give the good news about the grant award?
Yeah, so we have a safer grant for 9 firefighters that starts this year. The goal of the 3 is, John's plan is to kind of start getting us ready for the safer grant fall because it's a 3-year grant. So at the end of the 3 years, we'll be spooled up and ready to have the budget for all 9. And the 9 firefighters are being hired so we can staff station 1 with the firemen.
The new police station,
the new fire station we're building.
That'll be here.
Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing. So then you guys will have enough? You guys won't be understaffed?
Yeah, we will be
With this plan here?
With the 9, yeah.
Good.
Any other questions?
So that was exciting news.
That's really exciting.
Any additional questions on police, fire, public safety? One of the other goals from last fiscal year was enhancements to IS and
Actually,
cybersecurity.
sorry, I think I do have a question. So the previous council had over the last 2 years, right? We only did it twice, the property tax increase was primarily focused on helping to fund at least 1 new officer every year. Obviously, that's a decision that this new council will need to make independently of that decision. There was no binding, assumption that it had to continue, but it was discussed as desirable. So I guess what I'm wondering is if, I mean, I guess we'll know when we see what the administration's budget proposal looks like, but, you know, is there an assumption that part of the funding will come from such a measure, or are we just talking, right now we're just talking in the clouds, right? We're not.
Yeah, I think so, but I don't think it's too early to start to have that discussion. Obviously, that was something that was a decision of the previous council. There's a number of new members, but to your point, Councilor Hanley, there's no binding agreement that can be put in place to continually increase that general operations portion of the property tax. But I think that would be a signal to the administration of there may or may not be a desire for additional revenue to come in.
Yeah. We may have to have a deeper dive on that, but just for a brief background, the property tax rate that essentially, unless we make an adjustment even for cost of living, the total amount of money that we have available to the city goes down over time in terms of buying power for such things. So the thought was that if we made a cost of living or even less than a cost of living adjustment, I guess the first year was less, the second year was, the second year was also about cost of living, it's about 3%,
Like
2 point something percent. So it ends up being something under $10 per household per year. Anyway, that's been the assumption that maybe if we created a process by which that was adjusted every year modestly for cost of living, that would help prevent the slide of that dependency on sales tax that we're sort of feeling like makes us a little bit, at least some of us felt like made us vulnerable. This was something that Councilor Shipley was often talking about, that if we're overly reliant on sales tax and then suddenly in a given year sales are not so great, we're in a bit of a bind. Anyway, so that was the logic behind that previous discussion, and we'll probably need to have a discussion about that at some point as a new council.
In regards to police, Rachel wanted me to mention that she is still concerned about the Spanish translation abilities at the police station and if they're sufficient enough for that.
Our police chief just left.
We'll ask him when he comes back.
Yeah, I'd love to hear more about that.
Do you have an answer to that, Scott?
I don't.
And I've got that on the list for the next presentation.
Okay, great. Then we can
Upcoming
just
priorities.
focus on that. That's good.
Because that would be included in upcoming,
Yeah,
right?
right.
Well, even though it could be a need now, but it would be included in the upcoming.
All right. So IS and cybersecurity enhancements were also discussed last fiscal year. There were a number of supplemental requests made by departments for either positions or for software, hardware, and budget considerations, some of which were funded, others of which were unfunded. A number of those supplemental requests were also that weren't funded within the FY24 budget were subsequently funded when departments went through the carryover process, so they had budget savings from last fiscal year, and that included funding for a wireless network upgrade and an access control upgrade were both funded through carryovers. I probably should have mentioned this at the beginning. So in the supplemental material, there was this presentation, but in addition, there was a rather obnoxious large spreadsheet where all of these different specific funding in sources and projects were listed. And so that's been updated to reflect that. So underneath the cybersecurity and IS enhancements, you'll see that those two were funded through carryovers.
So do we know what the unfunded things are specifically?
We do. So the unfunded, the things that went unfunded were patch management tools, some internal threat protections, in addition to an additional cybersecurity analyst, a Kayenta analyst, citywide Office 360 standard, server hardware support, additional training budget, and a full-time admin assistant were the unfunded requests from IS last year in their supplemental requests. I imagine they will request those again if they weren't funded last year, and if they aren't requested again, maybe they aren't a priority. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see for that budget presentation from IS.
Justin, can I just ask a process question? So we've looked through all of these, we got this information. What's our purpose of doing this? Is it just, I'm just not sure what we're trying to decide here. And we're asking specific detail. Is now the time, or are we waiting until the department comes back?
It is. So this is really just to give an overview of where we stand on last year's priorities. I know there wasn't a ton of detail in the presentation that was in the backup material.
Yeah.
And just happy to give context to that if there are specific questions. If there aren't specific questions, we can roll right through it.
Okay.
I guess my question would be, okay, we have a number of positions that are unfunded.
Mhm.
How important are those positions? We're getting along fine without them. Are we keeping ourselves open without them? I mean,
Yeah, and I think
are those wish lists?
Yeah, I think those are great questions. I think this will give the context for when those departments come and give their budget presentations, to ask those questions. However, and that was what was sent out to departments in the request for their budget presentation that'll come in the next couple of work meetings. How are you filling needs that weren't filled through those requests last year? Are you able to operate efficiently? Do you see holes that need to be filled?
And that's what I'd like to know, because I mean, I'm wondering if they're asking for pie in the sky here, and then they're willing to settle for here.
Well, this is something the IS, we usually do in cybersecurity, we usually do the closed meeting, because obviously we don't want to make everyone aware of our weaknesses or whatever, if there are any. So we should probably plan another closed meeting prior to or close to the budget time of this, that we can have that frank talk again.
I think this definitely serves a progress report of what passed at the last council.
Yeah.
And so as we go through this, there will be cybersecurity discussions as part of every single budget process in our career. So I think it is something that as this moves, it seems like we're moving these to the next budget discussion, which is just great, and that'll be interesting. But then I think when we get to council's budget priorities for this year, that for this upcoming budget development, then we will know that those are the priorities to go forward with.
And Justin, from last year's list, whatever was unfunded, we should have it in critical or needed, or because they were categorized as such.
And that'd be helpful.
Yep. So as departments bring their supplemental requests back this next fiscal year, we'll look to see, council staff will look to see if those unfunded positions or services from last year are now, has the level increased, has it stayed the same, have they fallen off completely, and we'll be able to report on that. We haven't seen that yet, as departments haven't started that process, but as of now, this is where we stand. Any additional IS cybersecurity questions?
I guess for me, until we have that conversation, it's kind of hard for me to say, yes, this is a priority. And it's not.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
And unfortunately, it's one of those categories that doesn't seem like there's ever enough money to pay for everything.
Well, I think that's in every category for every person, but we've got to decide what are the critical things are.
The next priority that the council had adopted was employee retention. So included in the current year's fiscal budget, there was included a 4% cost of living increase. So just to give you some perspective, that cost roughly $2 million to give that COLA to city employees. Merit increases cost just shy of $900,000 for 2.5% merit increases. That's how the salary schedule works that the council adopted. So each step includes a 2.5% merit increase until employees are topped out at their 14th step. There was additional costs that were taken on, excuse me, by the city for healthcare insurance. And then each year, Human Resources also does a market rate study. They'll be coming in February to give an update on, and the council, a little more context on how that market rate study works, what goes into that. And so changing positions, either grades or steps, accounted for about $250,000 in last year's budget. So in total, just over $3.1 million went towards employee retention. City debt reduction was another priority from the council. This was not something that really had any actionable items, but just to give the council, excuse me, an update in your backup material. There was a spreadsheet where all of the city's debt was laid out in its current financial position. So John's here and can speak to this much more eloquently than I can, but really the city's in a great place as far as what debt there is and what interest rates those carry. There's only one variable interest rate, and there's a very small, well, relatively very small balance when you think of it in municipal accounting. Just over $1.6 million. It is related to the airport, and this is paid from CDBG funds each year. In this next slide, I just grabbed a screenshot of a couple of these. This isn't the full sheet, but things that may be of interest to council members or the public. So I know every time this is brought up, and even when it's not, someone asks the question about the telecom bonds. We're close. You can almost hold your breath, and we'll get there. February 15th of 2026, they'll be paid off. Highlighted there, you'll also see a couple of upcoming bonds that will be paid off, including for stormwater and for golf course maintenance equipment. So a couple of those coming off this year. Any question on current city debt schedule? Some exciting news on the Provo app and update to the website. I'm sure many of you have noticed excuse me, changes to the city website. Departments have been going through and diligently updating and purging the website of either inaccurate or old information in order to make the process to move to a new city website more efficient and also easier on the city's pocketbook. So there have been some updates, but the project redesign and rebuild has launched. Recently, IAS reached out to departments to have a point of contact for each department in the city to get ready for the new city website, which will come with an app. A number of capital improvement projects were also listed in last year's priorities. Updates to Rock Canyon Master Plan were included, and spoke to Doug Robbins last week, and excited to say that this is coming forward this year. So the trailhead for Rock Canyon has been funded. They plan on moving forward with that project this year. Excuse me. What was being kind of the last holdup was $500,000 in matching funds that the city was going to match after an outside fundraising campaign. I don't have a total number on that, but Parks and Rec is comfortable enough that they are moving forward, and they can phase that in as those dollars come in. So we should see a lot of movement on this year. All of the city's portion has been funded. In the FY25 or next fiscal year's CIP budget is also it's planned for $825,000 to finish the roundabout at the trailhead. So lots of things moving at Rock Canyon and in the Parks and Rec space. Any questions on Rock Canyon?
Maybe Scott, you know more about this than I do, but I'm not aware of where that fundraising status was. Even though I'm a neighbor of the guy who's doing it.
At last report, we haven't
Okay, you
seen
haven't
any.
heard
There's some prospects, but we haven't seen any of the fundraising yet.
Okay, I might follow up with him and see where that was at. This is Rock Canyon Preservation Alliance had promising possibilities with corporate and private donors who wanted to make it happen. So.
And who's chairing that, George?
Tim Whipple.
Was he in?
He's my neighbor.
Motivated by funding, but the city has
Yeah.
their part.
I'm gonna
Start next
text
year.
him right now.
Oh, it should make it easy.
The next priority was Slate Canyon Park. This is one of those that's a little more difficult to define as it's a large and new capital improvement project. Something like a park, and Scott can speak much more to this than I can, isn't something that's funded and or completed in 1 year. But as you can see, there is funding for the planning of that park. I know there's, oh gosh, God, what do they call them now? A neighborhood
Architect or a neighborhood
committee that's been formed and has been meeting to discuss Slate Canyon. So the planning process is well underway. As you can see, there's about $4 million in costs that have been accounted for and are planned to be funded through FY27. So really, depending on what the plan for the park looks like, is going to be what that unfunded park balance is. So that's more of a to be determined, but an exciting prospect nonetheless. This definitely changed in the last couple of years after the city purchased an additional 29 acres.
Yeah.
Right there. So the scope of the project has grown quite a bit.
Yeah, that park balance is not going to be small.
No.
Right?
Right.
I mean, because we've some drainage areas that are probably going to have to be moved. Anyway.
Did that be purchased from Forest, the U.S. Forest?
It was actually private
Private.
ownership that we were able to add to the site with. So, but definitely the potential of the site has expanded. We just have not started on. We've had some great meetings with the neighborhoods about what amenities they'd like to see and where they're, and also involve Public Works in that process also, because it serves definite purpose for debris retention and water retention. So all that has to be balanced with both sides of Slate Canyon Drive. So had some great discussion on that, but definitely in the schematic design level right now. And since we have taken this pay-as-you-go process with a lot of our rat tax and capital investments, this is part of that accumulation of funds to be able to do the implementation of the park development.
So just as an example, and as you're thinking about FY25 priorities and some of those longer term or more, strategic or big picture priorities, this might fall into that latter category. Not something that's going to be funded in FY25, not going to be completed in FY25, but kind of framing it in that context may be helpful moving forward.
It's also, and we've talked about this on some of our meetings about it. The public perception is that this has just been delayed and delayed and delayed. The complications of it are often lost on most people because it's pretty darn complicated. And the fact that we, put money into buying property that would have maybe otherwise gone into improvement of the area slowed that down additionally. But anyway, I only mentioned that there's a public perception that we haven't done our due diligence with Slate Canyon, and that we really want to make sure that we're reassuring to that neighborhood. It's obviously a canyon that benefits the entire valley, but it's a lot of the people who live right there feel that they're the unwanted cousin of Rock Canyon or something like that. And I think we want to make sure that we don't leave this dragging too long.
And the 5-year CIP will be brought before the council, and that's where these numbers come from, was from the CIP. So there is a plan as funding comes in to implement that into action.
So how involved is you've got a neighborhood committee working on this. How involved are they in the communication of what's going on and reaching out to the neighborhood?
They're fully aware of, just what is shown here. So they know that. I think there was somewhat of an element to be purposeful with timing, because that was part of the last complication. We just designed the trailhead, but we at that time decided, Parks and Recreation, to do a full master plan. Well, sometimes when you do a master plan, people interpret that as a promise, as a purpose, without any of the funding identified.
Yeah.
So with this schematic, I think as we start looking at starting to implement these and get some of the answers with public utilities and all that, then what was presented at the neighborhood committee we would go public with that to be able, and still allow for that feedback before we start, but compressing that time frame between planning and construction a little bit more, because it has created some misconceptions about broken promises when, it was, especially in Slate Canyon, it was just a matter of, well, we're here, let's do the planning, but I think that created some expectation. That's the best way I could describe it.
By the way, Tim Whipple did confirm there's at present $200,000 private funds going to Rock Canyon. It's impressive. Yeah.
All right, staying on the Parks and Rec train, there was also interest and was a council priority to look at Peaks Ice Arena and Fieldhouse updates. So, as I'm sure everyone is aware, with the Olympic bid and Provo Peaks playing a role in that upcoming Olympic bid, there has been an allocation from the state for additional funds to come in in increments in order to update that facility. So there will be some updates that will be funded through an outside source. There are also some more aspirational thoughts that I think Parks and Rec has had, that the council has discussed. Be that expansion of the field house. Many folks spent time talking about the indoor soccer facility area, how much use that gets. Would that be a worthwhile endeavor to expand that? There was also discussion on a ice ribbon on the exterior of the building that could be used in various ways in winter months, as well as in other ways in more pleasant weather months, I will call them.
I am on the Parks and Rec, and one thing that did come out of the Olympic bid, I guess, is that they need to increase the seating for the main ice rink. So on that building on the right, they're going to push it out to add seating, which will not be needed at all once Olympics is over. So it was mentioned that space could be another indoor soccer.
A smaller
Turf space.
Right.
So that is one thing that we will get out of the Olympic and stuff that's paid for by the Olympics.
And is that what's included from the state, or does this still require the 6 to 8 million to do that?
It'd be an after effect of the state funded part of the project for the Olympic preparations for 2034. So after those temporary bleachers are sold out,
Yeah.
then we have that space, very similar to where we put the indoor soccer field in the current space, which was, bleacher space for that. There is some elements as we're going through preliminary design that we may not have to take the stadium arena out further. We're trying to get to that 10,000 number base or without having to go through the major expense of expanding an exterior wall, which could affect the availability of that small turf space. So all that is in preliminary design right now. Obviously, things have gotten a lot more exciting since we've been listed as a primary city for the 2034 bid. So that status is very favorable that this is going to be Utah County's Olympic venue for that.
Most of the funding for this is going to come from the state.
Most of it has come from the state. The ice ribbon and the additional soccer field came from a couple of different council members. One, recognizing on the soccer fields, we rent that so much that we don't even program on it. There's so much use there. So the need for that to try to get better times for kids to play inside. And then the ice ribbon came from a council member that tried to enjoy our public skating with 400 to 500 other people, and we're not able to get on the ice. And so bringing this capacity to an ice ribbon outside would add to the capacity based on the use and the need of that facility. So
The field house is very maxed out, for sure.
that definitely soccer field there, yeah. And so is the public skate site.
The ice skating during the winter, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, the big one. Don't run away too quickly based off these numbers. So sidewalk repair and replacement was a topic of discussion at various council meetings this past year. There is budgeted in the annual CIP $500,000 for sidewalk replacement. Public Works Engineering also brought a sidewalk study that was presented to the council last year, and I think it was fairly eye-opening to see what the estimated cost for total repair across the city, in addition to roughly 50% of the sidewalks in the city have the necessary ADA ramps, the other 50% do not. And then just the dollar amount it would cost and the estimated number of linear feet of missing sidewalk in the city was pretty astronomical. So just for sidewalk repair and replacement, you're looking at roughly $4.6 million, more than $15 million to add ADA ramps, and then nearly 500,000 square feet of sidewalk just non-existent in the city. And you're looking at a cost that's only going to go up year over year as material costs increase. So over $210 million.
I thought it was interesting. I went to a conference for neighborhoods my first year on the council, and I was in a city, I can't remember what city it was, something in Atlanta, but around Atlanta. But this town, when they took us on tours, the neighborhoods, none of them had sidewalks. And I was like shocked. Where are your sidewalks? Like, well, we don't do sidewalks. We can't afford them. And these were beautiful neighborhoods, low end, high end, all in between. Nobody had sidewalks. The only place the city had sidewalks was downtown. And it's an expense thing. They said so every house just had a gutter, and people walked on the road, people rode their bikes, kids rode their bikes, everything was on the road. I just thought that was interesting. And I don't know how other cities compare, but that's just something where I've lived, that was just something new to see. When I lived in Seattle, we didn't have sidewalks in most of the cities, but that was just interesting.
Probably depends on the width of the road, the width of the shoulder, lots of elements that come into play there, but it is interesting.
I think, so I had put this on my list of something to look at, and obviously pretty clear we can't do it all. Unless Bill Gates wants to buy Provo or something like that.
They want that.
Yeah. So, but I guess my thought was, can we look at maybe putting together a list of priorities, a top 5 or something like that, where, you know, especially
Top 5 spots.
especially where kids are traveling back and forth to school. Can we identify those and maybe fund something like that? So that was kind of where I was going on this one. And on the last one, since I didn't speak to it, but the ribbon would not be as much of a priority for me as maybe funding more turf, because it can be a revenue generator and also can be used for programming. Whereas the ribbon would be nice, it would be beautiful, it'd be awesome, but maybe not have the same utility as a turf. So if we had to prioritize.
It would be interesting to look at income for both of those. It'd be good to have those numbers.
Sure. Oh, I assume the ribbon wouldn't be income revenue generating, but if that's wrong.
I don't know.
Speaking to
The amount of money we bring in from.
Speaking to the sidewalk, the amount of money that they have for around Shoreline is not sidewalk, it was just extended asphalt path.
Temporary.
Yeah, and so, you know, I've asked them previously of, okay, how are we gonna keep people from parking on it? What kind of indications are we gonna have that this is a walking path and not something that you're gonna bike and run kids over with or park on it so kids still aren't in a safe path. But that might be a better option rather than putting sidewalks everywhere in the city. My point is, if it's good enough for Shoreline, it's good enough for some of the other
A
elements.
temporary fix, essentially.
Yeah, at least it gives them a path out of the weeds and out of the little thorny things that they get in their bike and their shoes.
I could fund a
Those
sidewalk
go-aheads.
alone with the tires I've had to replace because of those go-aheads.
Well, and that's what Sunset is saying too, right? I mean, their kids are getting their tires popped with all of those goat heads that are along their path or safe walking routes. So, I mean, if we did that, maybe prioritize the lower asphalt trails instead of sidewalks to at least keep them safe. But we do, you know, our public works department is amazing. I'm sure we could figure out some sort of emblem or something to make sure that people don't park.
Rachel Whipple wanted me to explain something here. So you see the 500,000 per year that we would take 23 to 4 years. So the 500,000 a year is what we currently get yearly for the transportation utility fee. Okay, so that's the money that we always get. And it's always the same. It's been the same for the 10 plus years it's been that we have been utilizing this
So
transportation
that's the
fee.
base.
That's the base. So it doesn't go up. We do, like, it's always that number. But that is something this year for the new counselors that we're going to be looking at. And engineering has brought to our attention that they want to consider changing that fee and increasing it because it's not at all, it's not enough by far. So, and it hasn't been increased in 10 plus years. So that is something that we will be looking at extensively in work sessions, and Public Works will be coming back to us with what they believe the numbers should be. And so just so you know, that's something that we'll be working on this year.
That's great and all, but that's not just for sidewalks. 500,000 is also.
It's for the road.
It's actually
It's
not
actually
for
just for the road. It's just for
Yeah,
the
it doesn't
road.
include sidewalk.
And that's something that we could look at, if it's allowed to be used for other things, if we
I
increase
missed
it,
that. So the 500 per year is for
just for
roads?
roads,
Just for road repair, which
road repair.
to me, if we don't have enough with 500,000 just for road repair, there's no reason to take any portion of that for sidewalk. You'd have to figure something else out.
Well, that's why we're saying, I think there's gotta be some increase there. There was conversation, early on with Mayor Curtis when the transfer utility was created, that it would include, you know, sidewalks and bike trails and so on. And then I guess it was decided that, you know, for political and other reasons that we would keep it simple and have it focused on roads. But I think it's a good time to revisit that question. I mean, I do think we have to target safety issues, and maybe that's one way to think about that 200,000 or $211,000, rather than thinking of it as like every, you know, what is it gonna take for us to put sidewalks everywhere in the city? What is it gonna take to build crosswalks and safe intersections, safe pedestrian and bike passageway to schools, to major commercial areas where we can eliminate fatalities in the city?
Well, I think
So I think, let me just finish this point. I think, so if we target the most vulnerable areas of the city and we identify where fatalities are happening, where accidents are happening, then I think we maximize every dollar that we spend there. But I think we have to make our public safety, this is part of the public safety that includes funding police officers in my mind. We can't have areas of the city where people are vulnerable to being hit by cars or, you know, tripping over a roof that sticks up 6 inches out of the ground in the middle of the sidewalk at night or something like that. Anyway, so I think if we can, when we have that discussion with Public Works, I don't know if they have the data, maybe they can get that from the police department to figure out where are we having the most accidents, because we've done that in many cases, and unfortunately we do it too late. When we hear, you know, we learn about a fatality, or we know that there's a bad part of the city where accidents are prone to happen, and then we finally take action. But I think if we're much more proactive in identifying them now, this, to my mind, has to be a pretty high priority.
Well, I think that's great. But if we're looking at where the accidents are, we're looking at where the most people are. We're not necessarily looking at a need per se. I mean, the west side, you're not going to see very many accidents, but Geneva Road, even though it's not under our control, you know, that's a pretty vulnerable spot.
Yeah.
Or over by Sunset Elementary, where you don't have a lot of accidents, that's a pretty vulnerable spot for sidewalks. And so I think we need to look at it more of an even kill instead of it's got to all be where most accidents and people are.
Well, I think our engineers will know, you know, those areas, even on Geneva and other areas where they know their vulnerabilities. That's what I would assume. I think you're right that we don't necessarily want to go strictly by the numbers. All I'm suggesting is that rather than thinking of this as something we can't possibly fund, so we do nothing, I think we just focus on the areas where we know safety will be significantly improved by spending money in those areas.
One last update.
And finally, can I just make one last comment about that? I mean, this is maybe more controversial, but you know, some cities have bonded for this sort of thing because there's almost no way to catch up. I mean, even the 500,000 per year, 20 to 40 years. In 40 years from now, the sidewalks we're repairing right now will be in need of repair 2 times over probably. So it's sort of
We're always falling behind.
Yeah, we're always falling behind. So there's something sort of financially unsustainable about this, which is kind of a nightmare. But the cost is, of course, you know, safety. So anyway.
Rachel's making another point to George's point. We need a heat map of most critical sidewalk infrastructure, akin to safe routes to school, but for access to businesses and buses. In the past, engineering has brought to us, you know, a map of the most accidents, and thankfully, we're a very safe city. Like, that's what we learned when going through that heat map, and the number of accidents and the number of things. I mean, we have it good. So but of course, we want 0 accidents. So, you know, the more we can improve it, the better. But safety-wise, we learned from that study that we do a really good job, and we are a very, very safe city. Saying maps, not just of accidents, but volume of trips, so we know high-use areas.
Perfect. The other project that was listed on the FY24 CIP that was unfunded that has really come to light in the last 24 hours, I'm sure you'll have read emails, is the proposed Carterville Trail. I did reach out to engineering this morning and actually got an update. So don't be too taken back. There's an updated cost no longer $70,000, but $350,000.
Oh, great.
So, a small increase. They've also reached out to the property owners and are hoping to follow up again. They have not gotten an answer and have asked if they would be willing to deed the property to the city at no cost.
It's a write-off for them. Tax write-off.
So we will see. They have not come back with an answer, but at more than
I had put that on, obviously, something that's been active in my district. And I think having a fuller picture helps because I think we're kind of all like, oh, well, we can fund this through matching grants, and it goes far beyond that. So I appreciate having the clearer picture, because now you start to think about $350K plus a potential purchase of property. If we can make that happen, and you're like, okay, well, maybe that could be $350K in sidewalks where kids are walking to school without, so I don't know. I think we just need a fuller picture. I'm still supportive of it. But it definitely kind of gives you pause of like, okay, there's more to this than we expected. So it's definitely more complex, but
we'll continue.
Definitely want to continue to look into this for sure.
We'll follow
Justin,
up
is
with
it the
engineering.
first bid is several years old? Or
No,
just
it was
wasn't
just,
a complete.
we didn't have the full picture at the
I see.
time.
Okay.
Yeah, I think, assessing, well, and I'm going to speak to this without knowing, which I probably shouldn't do, but I think assessing based off of some emails and presentations that the neighborhood gave with some photos, as opposed to being on site, I think shed some light. At more than a 30% grade, and does this, what does this trail look like? Is it staired? Is it
And was it gonna be a
switchbacked?
handrail or no
Yeah.
handrail? And it needs to be a lot of stairs, which increases the price a lot. And then a handrail is that's necessary for ADA and I believe like safety, which wasn't, so I think those things weren't assessed either.
And just needing to probably have something, crosswalk across the road as opposed to just the trail. Well, let's keep looking at it. Let's keep pushing though, keep looking into it so we have the full picture.
No, engineering said they'd follow up and get back to us. So as soon as we hear, we'll let the council know. Let's see, what else? Kind of in that same vein, traffic calming was something that was brought up. This was actually specific to Slate Canyon Road, although it was brought up in the priorities that council members sent in. So specific to Slate Canyon Road, the explanation from Public Works and Engineering is that there were higher priorities included in the safety action plan. I think that's really the purpose of what they went through in developing that plan and coming to the council for approval is let's put together a plan. Let's see based on data where we need to make improvements. And so they continue to follow that plan. And we can send that out to the council if they'd like to revisit that or read through that.
Speaking of traffic calming, one of the emails talked about the fact along Carterville Road that Provo doesn't allow the raised speed bumps. Now that they're on Center Street, does that mean we do allow them, or were they only approved on Center Street? Does anybody know?
We got
Yeah,
a piece on that. Basically, I guess the intersections, it's actually different. It's not considered a speed bump.
I see.
And it also may be the nature of the corridor.
Okay.
For instance, it's actually a park.
Yeah.
But yeah, there are no speed bumps in the city.
Okay.
They talked about that in the neighborhood training last week, and that's right. That's
That's
where
right.
that came from, is that this is considered a pedestrian corridor,
Okay.
not necessarily a street or a parking lot.
And I have to also say, I never got it until I read documentation, understood why that's the case. And the safety hazard it also creates by having raised thing that if you're walking, you can't see it on a bike. And it's much more involved than just why don't we have speed bumps out the road. So it was helpful.
Speaking of speed tables. So Center Street improvements were also on the council's priority list. Center Street Phase 1, as it was known in the engineering CIP, was funded this last fiscal year. I'm sure everyone has either walked across or flown across in their car the speed tables out front. If you would like to watch folks learn what they're like, just come up to the council office and look through the window. Every day there's a couple of screeching tires. I don't know what the council has heard. I think from those that have either emailed in or come by the council office to talk about this, they've been really pleased with the results.
They're great.
So,
Rachel did want to clarify that those are not speed bumps. They are speed tables.
there you go.
So totally different.
Speed tables.
Speed
was gonna say
tables.
Speed tables. You can eat at them.
They are traffic tables. They're traffic
Tables.
tables.
What was not funded, so in the BNC Road CIP, there was also, so option 2, this was $250,000 for additional Center Street improvements.
2.5 million.
2.5
million, yes.
It's a rounding error.
It's a round.
Zero here, zero there.
Yeah. Why not? So if there is additional appetite for improvements to Center Street, there are plans that Public Works has developed.
Justin, can I say a question? I know in the council discussed when talking about this a couple months ago, they talked about potentially diverting the through fare to like First, moving up one block. So this stays more of a pedestrian, not all pedestrian, but, and so that the way to get to the interstate is, is that included in what we're going to look at, or did that go anywhere from the council discussion last?
I don't think it's included in this.
I thought that was part of the 2.5 million.
Oh, maybe I'm wrong.
I thought that was, Bill was here and would answer it more definitively, but that's what I remember. It was like, we can do modest improvements to Center Street to make it more pedestrian friendly. And we can always, close it down for certain activities. But if you want to make it primarily like a shopping district that's much more pedestrian oriented or entirely pedestrian oriented, you have to have a pretty significant redirect of traffic, which requires a much more expensive solution. Although I think, we could consider the cost of that. We should consider whatever cost we're talking about in terms of return on investment. If there's some significant way to improve downtown business activity, does that help justify the cost? It's sort of where we were wrestling with it. But at the time when we made that decision, it just was. I've had that fantasy for a long time. Like I just think Center Street ought to be just the most awesome pedestrian oriented business district. And we ought to figure out a solution to this because it's such a bad, even as it is, it's such a bad thoroughfare to the highway. It's not, you got to go down to 15 miles an hour and it's super slow. And it's like, why?
Now there's those big speed humps.
Yeah, it's like we're trying to do two things at once with the street that are really not compatible. So it does seem to me that the longer term solution should be some redirect.
Well, I was just hoping there would be some discussion about that when this comes up, because I think it's worth.
I think it would be, maybe Justin, we could just request that the BNC Road CIP Center Improvements option 2, sorry, that's what we're talking about, that we could just have that presented to us again and revisit because nothing we did with the Center Street Phase 1 was incompatible with what option 2 potentially provided. It was just low-hanging fruit. Let's just take care of it for now. But there didn't seem to be any way to find the funding for it at the time. So, or at least.
I'll say, so first of all, I love where you're going. But I have spoken to some business owners who are like, we don't want the traffic cut off. Like, we still need people to be able to get down here.
Yeah.
So I think there's a differing opinion on whether or not it would benefit them or not. Like, one business owner was like, look at Riverwoods, or whatever, and so.
Look
But
at
I have been to those places where you have these cool walking areas, and, I don't know if those are situational because they're tourist destinations, specifically for that or what, but they are successful in some areas, but I can see where the business owners are like, you cut off traffic and we're dead, so. But I agree, it's a terrible way to get to the freeway. I have started going up one road and I take that.
We just need to put signage and stuff and make it a clear path.
Old
Make that
habits
turn
die hard,
longer.
right?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
have
There
to.
may be some simple ways to address that.
And just make it more painful to commute to the freeway. So we don't, we wouldn't have to cut it off completely, though I get where you're going with your idea, but you could still commute to the businesses. But if you're thinking I'm going to the freeway, you're saying, it's not worth it because there's so many speed humps, there's so many lights, or whatever.
There's a kind of a point of tipping point, I think, with the car versus pedestrian. I mean, a lot of studies show that businesses improve dramatically when people are not in cars, because if you're walking by a storefront as opposed to driving by it, you're much more likely to go in.
Pop in.
You're moving more slowly. There's more of it, but you have to attract people down there. That's
right.
It sort of has to be attractive for that kind of activity.
Well, we're getting Los Hermanos back. What else do we need?
That's it.
We're done. We've reached enlightenment.
I do think we need another traffic table just east of where Guru's, right where it turns to 15.
Yeah.
I think that's the only one we're missing. I think right where it turns to 15, we should have another traffic table to 15. Okay.
Where it turns to 15.
15 miles an hour.
Oh, 15 miles.
She's saying something that lets people know, this is where you start to slow down.
Yeah, like this is
The traffic
this
table district,
Yeah. It's the 15-mile-an-hour traffic table district.
new zoning opportunity.
I'll follow up with engineering on that. We can get him to do a presentation.
Very helpful.
Although
It might be, I mean, you're saying anecdotally you've heard good things, but it might be good to hear from Quinn Peterson too, to sort of get a sense of what the business community feels now, or
just note there on that large spreadsheet that was in the backup material, each of these projects are listed and there's a reference to where they're located in the CIP. I just pulled up this project, and so I don't actually think it involves diverting that traffic to First North, but I'll follow up. It looks like
I don't think that was on the table.
It wasn't. I'm misremembering that.
This is like doing things for restaurants.
Yeah, so this was
more stuff for restaurants.
new curb and gutter and drainage structures, new sidewalk from buildings to roadway, or a full reconstruct of concrete improvements, utilities in the roadway for those 2.5 block faces.
Okay.
So, but we'll follow up, and I'm sure they'd love to talk about moving traffic to First
Maybe
West.
they have an option 3 that includes all of that. And
Yes.
Yeah, they did.
Could be.
I thought I remembered something.
We might wanna look at that really seriously, because I know District 5 in their neighborhood meetings, they've been talking a lot about the speeding and everything on First North. And so there might be more traffic calming measures and stuff that they're gonna have to revisit for that.
You can't win. Let's just push it to Second North.
And you're gonna get the same thing, you're gonna get.
I'm kidding.
E-bikes everywhere. E-bikes.
You need a thoroughfare to the freeway.
All right. Last two. So,
wow.
Southeast Grocery Store.
That's going way back.
Man,
The old Reeves.
Holy, back to my college days.
picture's just for you.
PSD.
There's the turtle. So this is difficult in the sense that, I mean,
We're not in the grocery store.
I'm glad Keith's here. He may be able to speak to this better as well. But supermarkets are highly dependent on their own market research. They're a private business. What, in addition to that, what the state has done to not allow local governments to incentivize big box retailers, doesn't allow us to incentivize a retailer to come. It's very much a private market decision. We can be as business friendly as possible. There can be available land, but at the end of the day, a business has got to choose to relocate there. I'll ask Keith if he wants to add anything on that. But I know he's been working hard on other grocers and in other parts of the city. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a difficult situation regardless of where you are. Grocers have very specific standards that they look at to evaluate what the demographic is, what the average household income in that area, what the number of rooftops is, what the traffic count is on those intersections. And even in areas where we have felt like we had all those elements and all those boxes checked, we found that it's just not the right time for them, or they're not quite in expansion mode, or just recently when you had Kroger's and the other entity that they acquired merged together. Even that has national implications for which stores stay open, which stores close, where their focus is. And so from my perspective, really all we can do is try to make sure we're supporting the ones we do have. But I also think there's a really, really strong case for us making sure that we support our local grocers like Days Market. And we've had a great relationship with them. I think the sales tax reimbursement agreement that we did there at that marketplace has proven to benefit. The state has disallowed things like that in the future. We're working with them to hopefully get that changed quickly. And I think some of the representatives are seeing that maybe that was not the best way to solve that problem. But we've had ongoing conversations with Days Market about would they ever expand and how could we help them possibly do that. And maybe that's a potential solution as we start looking at more of these neighborhood grocery opportunities. Because, all the stuff that we're talking about, cars versus pedestrians, all that stuff really starts to get solved when you start thinking more locally about how do I shop in closer proximity to where I live. We had this huge discussion this morning in sustainability about whether or not we should be using plastic bags or whether there's an alternative to plastic bags, and how incredible Europe is about that, and Sweden. Well, a lot of those environments that we point to that are so successful are that successful because they all have little neighborhood grocery stores. And you don't go to shop once a week at Costco. You go every day to buy bread for the day or meat for the day or whatever, and you can afford it. It's easy to take a bag when you're shopping for a day or two. And so I think as elected officials, when you have those items come to you where someone's suggesting that maybe a neighborhood retail opportunity would be advantageous, that we resist the neighborhood clamor that says, I don't want that in my neighborhood, because really that's probably the solution to a lot of these issues. So that's my little soapbox for today.
So I've heard a rumor that the old drive-in site over on South State, someone doesn't necessarily want to put a grocery in there, they want maybe an office building in there?
Yeah, there's a plan for a small office building on the south end of that piece of property. They haven't submitted a plan for what they want to do with the rest of it, but we've shown that site to multiple opportunities, Macy's, Kroger's, and nobody's been able to make that move. And the biggest reason is because of the number of rooftops along South State. And even though the traffic counts are high along South State Street, most of that's just people passing through. They're on their way from Provo to Provo. It's not regional, traffic in that area. So they've resisted moving to that location or looking at that location. It's the same reason why the Allens up there to the north couldn't find a replacement when Macy's or when Allens closed. Yeah.
So is there a spot in the southeast for a grocery store at this point?
That was probably the best one because it was about a 9-acre parcel. It was probably the most likely for someone for one to go. But the interesting thing about South State Street, if you look at how we've had that zone, there's been commercial opportunities and areas that we have zoned for commercial opportunities all along State Street for almost 20 years that nobody has taken the opportunity to create some kind of a retail destination opportunity along South State Street. I think it's just a difficult area. And as much as we've heard people suggest that they don't want more density or more rooftops in that area, but that's probably the only way anybody's going to take that seriously for a commercial retail opportunity.
Well, I heard that's why they did all the density between the tracks and State Street.
Yeah.
It's also median income though.
It is. That's
also
one
an
I'm
issue.
trying to be careful about that. But yeah, I mean, that's a big problem we have in Provo in general is we have the lowest average household income in the county. And so when retailers look at where to locate and who has disposable income and who doesn't, Provo checks the box pretty low because of that one issue. So
is the logic in the food industry seems like it's always much bigger scale than we talked about, and that's why I like what you're saying about Days Market. I mean, Days Market's great local grocery, and I don't understand the logic that says we are not going to put a supermarket, and maybe the super is the part of the problem. We're not going to put a market in Southeast Provo when there are people who need to eat, right? Or in the West where people are going to buy food if it's available to them on a smaller scale. We have small scale Ace Hardware right next to Days, which seems to get plenty of business.
No, it does.
Like, and I live on that side of town. If I didn't have that, I'd have to drive all the way out to Lowe's to get something, to buy a hammer. So
I think it's a couple of issues that you just mentioned that I think are important to speak to. It's a difference in perspective. A national retailer like Kroger has a much different spreadsheet that they look at when they're trying to determine site locations. Days Market has a very different clientele, and their clientele is so loyal, regardless necessarily of price point and proximity to their neighborhood. People are going to go there regardless. Yeah. That's a tough scenario to replicate for Kroger, right? They can't rely on the fact that they're going to be able to recreate that in a neighborhood environment. But they do know if they get a certain percentage of rooftops and traffic counts on an intersection, they can have a successful store. So that's what they, for the lowest common denominator that they kind of rest at. But I think the other thing is, if we didn't have that kind of loyalty in that area, I think that store would struggle as well. But they've been very, very good at keeping a consistent product.
So is there, do you think there's a possibility of something like that locally?
Well, Days Market has said they would expand if they could find the right location, but I mean, I think, it's a little bit difficult for them. They don't have the revenue that a larger, Kroger's has, but I think if we have the right location and they were able to do something, they probably would. But I mean, the state's made that difficult because for us to incentivize them would be impossible right now.
I love Days. It's one of the reasons I live where I live. Love it, love it, love it. But I talked to a bunch of regular citizens in the Southeast who email me 2 times a week about the grocery store endlessly. And so I talked to them once. I was like, hey, what about Days? I talked to the owner of Days once and and they were like, well, I'd never go to Days. It's too expensive. I'll drive to Walmart. Like, they want the Walmart prices. Mm-hmm. They want the Walmart prices in a corner neighborhood store, which is never going to happen. Mm-hmm. And so that's an interesting thing. It's a few of them. And each one of them said, oh, well, I'll just drive to Springville to Walmart and forget it. You're like, they think Days is ridiculous. So it's a really hard mix of income versus what they want versus what they say they want versus what they're willing to do versus.
But the other thing I was going to mention too, keep in perspective this concept of a food desert. When we started talking about that or heard those kinds of comments being made a year or so ago, we did a little bit of our own analysis and picked any resident in Provo, north, south, east, or west, the farthest, the most remote home in those corners, and did kind of a drive analysis to stores within Provo. And the longest anybody had to drive was 6 minutes or something like that. So I mean, the concept of food desert is a little bit of a first world problem. I mean, there's nobody that's really, really a long, long ways away from being able to get groceries in Provo.
Yeah, I agree. I just think that,
that's not to say we shouldn't.
Right, I know how you think about that. It's just that going back to the European model, it's the scale of it that I don't understand our tendency to think that things are only justifiable if it's this very, very large scale. And I'm curious about like Ace Hardware and Days as examples of smaller scale stores that seem to be very successful.
I think they are.
And I agree there's probably an income level there, but there is sort of, I mean, there's the frequency of, I think people would find themselves shopping there even if the prices were a little higher. Maybe they still go to Walmart for the certain items or whatever, but the convenience, I don't love shopping at the creamery, but it's
No, I hear you.
throw a rock at it
Right.
from my house, so
Right.
of course I'm gonna go
Right.
grab some eggs or whatever. So that's what I'm talking about, is that there's just this inability in our sort of big box economy to think in terms of.
But I don't know that.
We're so good at it in local restaurants. We have all these local restaurants that are run by people in our community and they provide all this interesting food. And I just can't figure out why there aren't more.
I don't think it's us as consumers. I think it's the providers.
Well, it's also groceries are incredibly more expensive than here. Way more.
When we were pushing Smith's to locate on the west side, and trying to make progress there, what they told us is they said, we need disposable income that will allow people to come to the grocery store more than once a week and fill up a cart. With the high-end items, the high-priced cheeses, the organic milks or whatever, they need people that are filling up carts with that kind of stuff more than once a week, not people that go in that have a lower disposable income that are going in for half a gallon of milk and a loaf of white bread and a can of soup, because they just know they can't sustain a store with those kinds of numbers. And so they're looking for the demographic that will fill up those carts a couple of times a week with high price items. So, that's what we're fighting against.
What is the target? What kind of influence is the Target going to have on the southeast side?
No, I think Target goes, I don't think it solves the problem, but it contributes to a solution of the problem. I think it'll make a big difference, because now you've got people in the southeast and southwest that have a midpoint that they can go to.
Well, my other question is I know a few years ago when the council they had a retreat for like grocery stores and stuff like that, and they said that their profit margins are razor thin. So a lot of times if you get somebody like at Target over here, that makes somebody like a Days Market or a Smith's not want to go in on the southeast because it cuts their business.
No, I think we're still working very aggressively, and I think we've got a strong opportunity at the I-15 Lakeview Parkway parcel. And we're still working aggressively on that.
But what is that, what I'm saying is, what would that do for
That would be more of a
southeast?
regional shopping opportunity, so I think it's gonna draw people that are traveling up and down I-15 as well as our local consumers. But I don't know, if I go talk to some of the hotels in downtown Provo, they'll tell you that the last thing that they need in downtown Provo is another hotel. Well, that's because they don't want the competition. Now, there are other hoteliers downtown that will say, absolutely, we build more. The more we get, the more people will recognize Provo as a place to stay when we come for events. So I don't know, to me, competition is good for all of us. And the more we have, the better.
A fast charging station.
Yeah.
Seriously,
Rachel,
all the stations I go to, they're all Walmarts and
Yeah.
they're all big grocery stores that you go in and you spend some money.
I agree.
You got 20 minutes.
Stay longer.
Rachel pointed out that there is a Hispanic market across from the old Allens that has fresh produce.
And by the way, that Hispanic market performs above the one across the street here on Fifth West, and one other. It does really, really well for a very, very difficult store to get in and out of, and the location to get in and out of. It really performs above what you would think.
Wow.
And I've heard from some of us that it has some of the best produce, the most beautiful produce of any store in the city. So if you're looking for a good place to go, you might try it.
And they also have good tacos.
I attest to that. The produce is very
Let that put in make sure that gets in the notes.
You've got one slide.
Okay.
And then
Beautiful.
it's where exactly is that good photo store? Can you give us an address?
Go ahead.
Across from the old Allens, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, by that subway.
It's right on Third North.
Third South.
Third South.
Third South.
Yeah.
There's a
Third South and about
that
7th East.
Maverick. It's like,
Yeah.
and the fire
Exactly.
station. It's across.
Just going up, yeah.
So it's in that like dollar store,
Yep.
Yeah, that's strip mall.
That's strip mall.
AutoZone, strip mall. For all you listening that want to go try it.
all right.
Instead of people that are listening to our conversation.
I think everyone's got a hankering for a break, but I promise it's the last slide. The last priority that was discussed Last year was open space preservation. And one of the strategies with this was the funding for the conservation resiliency plan and the completion of that plan, which was done. The council also received a report from Sean Miller in November discussing kind of open space and land preservation on the west side. So no actionable items there. I don't know if it's the desire of the council to contribute funds towards this, or if there are any strategies other than discussing this. This was also brought up as a ongoing priority for FY25. So.
I hope there's a big appetite to have some discussion about this. I saw a billboard on I-15 once that said, if you ignore your teeth, they'll go away. And the same is true with open space. And so as I listened to Sean's presentation, I thought, gee, how brilliant this is. He's tapped into other organizations. It's not like the city funded all of this, but there's a lot that we can do as a council to help facilitate this. And that includes not just big, parts of land, but smaller farms, orchards, like the Smith Orchard. Just beautiful parts of Provo. Provo used to have lots of orchards. And so the idea of actually thinking through what can we do, not that we can fund all of this stuff, but that it would actually, the open space and conservation easements would be something that we would help promote as a council. I listened to a put on by Utah Open Lands, I think it was last Wednesday, and Sean, I don't think Sean spoke, but they talked about some of his work. And the things that the city can do to help promote and even make farmers aware, because what happens when you create a conservation easement, you still own your land. What you do is you sell your development, right? So it has to stay a farm in the family. And as I was talking to Sean yesterday, as we were coming to this meeting, he said the biggest challenge is people don't even know. And so there may be some low-hanging fruit here in terms of people who want to see the continuation of a portion of their farm or some of their orchard. So this isn't about let's go buy big tracts of land in the city budget. There are things that we can do that are actually low-hanging fruit if this were a priority. I'm just saying if we ignore this, it does go away and we become just buildings.
But Craig, is it that people don't know, or is it that people don't trust it and they don't know enough about it? Because it seems like they had, when the presentation did, they say that the Stubbs were considering it, they weren't 100% sold. And the Hinkley's, I know that they are really firm about farming, but yet, from what I understand, they feel like the city's taken their land piece by piece by piece, which is a fair
enough. And it's the land is held, the easements are held by third party. It's not by the city. So it's not a city thing. I'm just saying there are things that the council could do to make people aware of what the alternatives are. I would say if we gave people a quiz, most people wouldn't pass the quiz in terms of what are the fundamentals and how does it work, including farmers.
Well, I think if you go forward with this, Tim Crandall is a very good friend of my husband who used to work with him.
Yeah.
Tim Crandall does not have one utility on any of his orchards, right? He's had to kind of fight for that, but I think it's those kinds of things that need to be brought up that, these are the conditions that'll happen if you are in some kind of a preserved area. Yeah. That utilities don't go across your property. These are things. But Tim had to work really hard to get that, and he had to have Orem City get that preservation in play for him because he didn't qualify for county preservation. Right. And so I think those are the details that they crave.
That's fair. And I'm not saying this would certainly be something you solve in 25. I'm just saying if we don't, it's not like sidewalks. Look, if you don't start on the sidewalks, it'll just be recurring to-do item. Open space, once you pave it, it's gone. Once you develop it, it's gone. And part of what makes Provo so unique is this element. So I would just encourage us to give some thought to how we can help promote it. Not like we have to buy it all, but I think there's a lot we can help promote. and love what's been done so far. It's
They've
amazing.
done a lot, which is great.
Yeah, we drove out there. It's just gorgeous, just beautiful.
Okay, so are we ready for break?
Yeah, unless there's any other questions, that's kind of a,
So maybe tell us what the
Overview.
remainder of this meeting will look like. What's,
You deciding for all this.
yes.
thank you.
No,
guys
it's
can
fine.
help.
Honestly, the next presentation is very short. This was meant to be a little more deep dive, let everyone know, update on those previous priorities, but really the time is up to the council. I've got a number of slides listing off the different priorities that were sent in by council members. I think this is the time for your discussion. Really talk as high level or in the weeds as you want as some of these, and come to a decision. We've got a little exercise we can go through.
What's
a
your
little-
goal for the end of this meeting?
To take some things off the list.
Well, our list may be completely different.
Yeah, I
We're not
mean,
looking at this list, we're looking at our.
But we're talking about a
Correct.
shorter list.
yes,
We don't want 17 items.
No, we want 3 to 5.
yeah.
Yeah, 17.
Yeah,
29.
29 total things that were sent
17 would
in.
be
Oh,
great.
29
17 would be
percent in?
a-
That were sent by council members?
Yes,
Yeah.
and now I think looking at that in the framework of
30,
what can be
40.
done in FY25, and then what's a more long,
Yeah.
the bigger picture visionary goals. So let's frame them in that way.
I'm back at 1:45.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Now, this is a discussion regarding our council priorities for fiscal year 2025. So this will be all the things that we submitted as councilors, and then we'll go through a process of discussion and group prioritization till we get to the most important items for the current councilors. This will be presented again by Justin Harrison, our council executive director.
Thank you, Chair McKay. So first, thank you to the council for sending in priorities. I know it's not easy just to throw random ideas out there. Well, maybe not so random, but throw ideas out and not know how much support there is. As we followed up on last year's priorities, I think there was a lot of progress that was made on those. But I think, again, we've talked about this a few times, kind of framing this discussion regarding what can be accomplished in this upcoming fiscal year. What are specific budgetary items that we would like, or that the council would like the administration to know that are important to be in the tentative budget that they present to you. And then what are maybe some more visionary or long-term goals that you would like to see. So council members sent in a total of 29 items, and staff broke these down into 5 categories, and we'll kind of run through them real quick, and then we can come back and dive a little deeper into these. So the first category we created was citizen engagement. So there was interest in language accessibility, whether that be through, well, I'm not going to even jump into it. We'll get into discussion. So language accessibility, there was discussion on matching grants.
Just increasing it.
Increasing matching grants for the neighborhood district program. Also social service education. This was, letting other municipalities in the state know how much Provo is a community and a nonprofit community that we provide in social and community services, and how much, maybe on the flip side, how much other communities in Utah County may be lacking and need to step up. Another category was employee retention, so cost of living adjustments were brought up, as well as a third-party compensation analysis to see how Provo City stacks up against other similar cities in Utah.
Now, we should probably talk to Scott, but my understanding is that the exact same COLA plans on being done this year. So that may be something we don't need to waste one of our priorities on, because it's already priority administration.
That's great. I'll follow up with Scott if he doesn't make it back. Another category was housing. And I'll give a caveat. So all of these have been listed alphabetically. So housing, this included ideas about land trusts, lodging for victims of domestic abuse, missing middle housing, owner occupancy, pocket neighborhoods, engaging or finding ways to contribute to housing through the RDA, discussion on rental dwelling license study, starter homes, and the council has also previously discussed a zoning update, and that RFP is in the works, and that was also mentioned. The fourth category was infrastructure. This included active transportation, Carterville Trail, Geneva Road, sidewalks, including curb and gutter, traffic calming and pedestrian safety, and a update or a fee study for the utility transportation fee. The last category was parks and open space. This included bathrooms at all parks, or constructing bathrooms at parks that currently do not have them, a new dog park, open space and trail improvements, Slate Canyon, Actually, I think I lied. There's one more category. Is that 5 or 6?
It's 5.
That's 5? Okay, I can't count. Public safety, including animal control, code enforcement, flock cameras that have been discussed by the police department, IS and cybersecurity enhancements, and police and fire staffing plan. So here is the whole list. It's a little small, but really wanted to leave it as an open discussion to see and let the council expand upon some of these priorities, discuss amongst yourselves, and start to kind of winnow these down a little bit.
I know one thing you have out there, the lodging for victims of domestic abuse.
Mhm.
Orem City has signed up to replicate the refuge. And they are gonna do, it was a lot of beds. How many beds was it? 200?
There was, I want to say 200, and that was part of the federal money that Melissa came back and that the council approved was.
For the CARES?
No, this was CDBG money.
Yeah.
Well,
So-
home funding,
Home
not
funding,
city.
that's right, home funding.
Yes, so we have a refuge here, it's called the Refuge, and it's very incredibly successful. You know, they don't have more land to expand, but Orem is gonna take on, they're more than double the beds that we have. So that is something that is being done, that we know for sure will happen,
And
so.
that's in that range of like 2 to 4 months or whatever. Remember we were sort of looking at,
It is immediate,
it's immediate, but it's long, it's mid-range.
yes, yes.
It's not
But they can
like,
stay as
it's not
long
like
as
they have to leave in
No,
2 weeks or
no.
something.
No, they can stay there for months. Yeah, and they can be there as families, it's not just one bed for one woman, it's.
Is this a
But is it only for
It'll be
domestic
brand new
violence?
facility.
It's not for
Yes.
anyone else?
No, it's just for domestic violence.
So I wonder,
It's for abuse.
yeah, I just wondered if that would cover, well, it sounds like it won't if it's only domestic abuse. I mean, it seems like from the reports we had last year, this sort of mid-range emergency housing was the most urgent because you've got, and I remember it impacts people who are victims of domestic abuse, but it's also a category of housing for people who, you know, maybe they get evicted
Right,
and it's sort of between homelessness and, you know,
well, just like someone's doing this, we really need someone to replicate the food and care, like in Payson and in Lehigh, right? And you need replication of these successful things. So this is the first one I know about that someone is replicating a
Yeah.
successful Provo thing, so that's
Okay.
really exciting. But just for that one particular bullet point, that is being taken care of.
Okay, well, I was the one I don't know who else might have suggested it, but I think I was also thinking of not just victims of domestic abuse. I think I used that as an example, but I was thinking of, I was just remembering that discussion and remembering that was the one portion of housing in the system that addresses the most vulnerable that was missing in the whole wide system, not necessarily even alone Provo, but and I knew we had some conversation about converting, and you probably know more about this because you've been on the Provo City Housing Authority, but right, they were converting that hotel.
Yes, they're still doing that, and they're actually just bought it. And they're going to put a full-time person in there to oversee, because there's been a lot of problems with it too. It's like a tricky demographic to work with. So there's a lot of hope on that front where they're housing immediate homeless people.
But that's still only short term though, right?
I think it's like weeks, you know,
Yeah.
it's like supposed to, you know, working towards something else. It's like those same people could go into Kentland Villas, right? Or they could go into the housing authority.
Well, I guess, so in your mind, because you were part of those presentations last year, is that?
We need more, but I don't think we need more in Provo. I think we need more at Payson or Lehigh or American Fork or Spanish Fork. Or we need other cities to duplicate the successful programs we have.
Love that.
We have done in Provo. I don't think it's sustainable for us to be the only place in the whole county that does these things 100%. And that's currently what it is.
I would agree with Patrice. Back when I was on the police board, Chief Ferguson would always tell us that there's not a homeless problem anywhere else in the county because they take their homeless here to Provo. They load them up in a squad car and they take it here. I think we have so many needs here, we can't even sustain what we have. I think it's great that we do educate others on what we do and try to encourage them to, replicate what we have here.
Yeah, I understand that. It's just that Provo, for better or for worse, is the hub, and it will always be that way, at least for the foreseeable future, which means that whatever problems the homelessness situation has systemically will be felt here. It's not going to be felt out everywhere else.
Well, it needs to be felt elsewhere.
Well, I agree with that, but I don't see how that's going to happen. So, I mean, I think
It's just a matter of putting the facility center.
right, but we either have to make a decision that we're going to just indefinitely wait for other people to do some things that we know we can do or should do. And that I'm just saying, I would rather be the leader. I'd rather not. If it's a decision because otherwise the impact is felt locally. Otherwise, if homelessness gets worse because other cities aren't getting involved, we're the ones who are going to be, because they're going to be here.
And I think that's where our social service education comes in, right? We have to educate. The state has said they want people to do their parts. And just for our.
So let me just ask a process question. We could spend hours and hours going through all of it, and maybe that's what we need to do. I'm just wondering, again, what decisions we'd like to make. I know we'd like to get this down, but going through all of the detail and all the points actually gets us anywhere where we rationalize what we need to do.
So should we just start voting kind of a thing? Just do go through it and see if you want questions about certain things before we vote, or do you want to start voting?
Well, I'd actually like to suggest, these to me, I struggle with priorities plural. First of all, it's not plural, it's priority. We bastardized that word, a number of decades ago. Now we talk about priorities. This is the biggest challenge I see executive teams struggle with, is strategic priorities, and they pick 12 of them. Pick 12 and you will not have any of them. So if we had 3, I would say that would be ambitious. Now, it doesn't mean there aren't other things you need to do to keep the lights on that we need to address. But if we could actually think beyond just even FY25 and think in terms of, so what are the most meaningful issues that we could address? So let me just throw one out. I'm not saying we need to spend any time on this, but if you said, what's your FY25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 20, 30, priority, for me, it would be homeownership in Provo. Given the balance, I'm not saying you have to agree or that that's the right thing, but I would actually pick, if there was consensus around one thing, let's say just for giggles and grins, everyone said, yeah, that's it. Then we would actually approach these tactics as simply tools to get that done. And then we've got a basis to do it. Now, even if you pick something I don't agree with, if everyone agrees, well, then I would help pick tactics that help to align with what that is. I just find this hard to get my head around without understanding what are the 1 or 2 key strategic priorities that we really want to wrestle with. Otherwise, we do the proverbial hacking at the leaves and we get very few roots. And it seems like that's what this council could do uniquely, is get some roots. And the hardest thing to do is to discipline to a few. So I'm not saying any of that is easy, but I find just a discussion about all these bullet points, I'm not sure where to go with it.
Well, to pick up your example, so if you said home ownership, I mean, I think what I understood we were doing is finding the thing that links as many of these as possible
Together.
Yeah, and maybe it's 5, maybe it's 3. I don't know what the number is. But home ownership, for example, or home security, economic security and housing or something, is the goal. Then I would say, a great number of these
could line up
are in that same category, including what I'm talking about. Because you're talking about Okay, homeownership for whom? You know, are we getting housing types for all income levels? Are we, how are we helping people not fall out of the housing market? How are we helping people get traction into the housing market? And you know, maybe rental dwelling licenses becomes an issue because you're saying, well, we've got properties that are abusing the law and or skirting around it, and they're over occupied and they're not, you know, owner occupied. So it seems to me all of that. Anyway, I guess I'm just agreeing with you. I think we're, you know, needing to know what are the overarching goals. In the past, we've had a housing committee that just worked on any housing issues as they came, but it wasn't necessarily obvious what the priority was.
Yeah,
right? What was
that's
the
fair.
objective of the committee for the over the course of a 12-month year, right?
So it may just be an approach. And so maybe instead of just discussing all the points, what if we went around the room and said, so what's your one thing?
Yeah.
Again, there's probably a whole bushel of things we're concerned about. If you had to say one overriding priority, that would then help us line up all these other points.
I would say I don't know though, because I don't know if that's the right approach, because we are, as a council, we're supposed to do more than just focus on one thing. That's the challenge. Like, I would say we'd be really remiss if we didn't push the city to look at certain sidewalks. But that has nothing to do with housing. I mean, you might say it has something to do with housing and that houses need sidewalks. But I'm just saying we would exclude sidewalks altogether if all we said was we want to look at housing. So I'm just concerned. I mean, I like what you're saying.
Well, that's one.
But
why can't infrastructure be a second one?
Yeah.
My concern with infrastructure is I've always been told the sidewalk is the property owner's responsibility. So example, Fifth West, they did have 51% of those that had no sidewalk decide they wanted a sidewalk, and the city forced the other 49 to get it, which included a bill in the mail.
Well,
So when we talk about sidewalks, I'm really been concerned about that.
well, so my thought, but I'm just saying, when I put sidewalks on there, I want to understand all of this, right? I want to know, I'm not saying we need to fund sidewalks and that's the final decision, but I want us to make it a priority around, I want it to be a conversation we have, right? Where we're talking about, okay, what are our options around sidewalks? There's limitations, there's challenges, there's cost limit. So anyways, but I was understanding it as like, let's pick one thing and then make sub priorities or whatever under it.
That's fair. That's fair. I was actually just suggesting the sequencing. We need to address all this stuff. There's no question about that. And stuff that's not on there. I was suggesting it would help us in decision-making if we were clear about how we're threading these things. So for instance, let's say it was housing security and it was infrastructure and it was employee retention. We could thread almost all these things through there, and we could come up with other tactical things to, you know, make a priority. But when you make everything a priority, it's hard to know how it ties back and whether we're making progress. And I would rather make progress on a few significant things and then manage all the forest fires, you know, that come up, because there will, then spend all of our time in forest fires.
Yeah, I think I was just, if you asked me to pick one, I feel like I'd be remiss in my responsibilities, you know, to just, okay, I'm only going to focus on one thing. So maybe it's a pick three. I don't know.
And let's think in terms of pick three. The one just causes you to actually prioritize and think about it. Not that you would limit to that.
Yeah.
It helps with the.
I mean, I'm okay saying what's your top priority, and for me, it's housing as well. But I would say in the context of like home ownership, we need it. We need, and that involves a lot of things. But if you need one, I'll say housing.
What if I don't want to give you one? What if I want to give you three?
Then you'd give me three.
Would it be helpful to try to narrow down to a list of 10?
I paid forward to Justin. I think that was fair.
Yeah.
It sounds like well, it sounds like we all gave you 4 if we have 29.
No, I didn't give any.
I guess would it make it a little more?
No, I didn't give any.
Oh, you didn't
I
give any?
didn't.
So 6 people gave 29. See, somebody's disproportionate.
Cheating. Someone's cheating.
Would it make it a little more palatable to narrow it down to 10 or so and see kind of where everyone's at.
I think what he's asking is the process we go about doing that.
So
We could do it anyway.
yeah, we've got a little exercise we can do.
Let's do it.
We'll see how it goes. So I'll let Michael explain it.
All right.
It's like a game show.
Yeah, this is great. It's a game show. Hello. Okay.
Got the Bob Barker.
So kind of, yeah, this is the weirdest mic there is. So last year during the budget priorities, we kind of did this exercise where we had these posters on the wall with a similar list with like, how many things we have? Like 30 things, something like that. And we gave each of the counselors an envelope with dots in them. If you guys remember the dotmocracy game we played, and you wouldn't put your dots up there, but it was kind of difficult for counselors to express their actual preferences for things because all of the dots were weighed equally, right? Well, I was reading a couple months after we had our priorities retreat in the government GFOA magazine, and they recommended this practice called quadratic voting, which is this online tool they developed that they used in Nashville, Tennessee for their budget priorities meeting. They were going over 57 budget ideas, and they used this tool to whittle it down to like 3 or 4. Basically, I'm going to email you guys out a link so that you guys could access on your computers, and then I will or phones. Yeah, I tested this morning. It is mobile friendly, and then I'll explain a little bit more after that. So let me just set it up real quick, and I will email you out your link.
So excited. Okay, what are these things now?
Always remind me, it's non-congregate housing. So it's the kind of housing that doesn't include crime, property.
Which is, that's kind of how it is. That is. The internet is so bad, I just feel like.
But in reality,
I just use my phone to do a hotspot.
if we look at those big bold headers, we only have to get rid of one.
I'm not gonna be the guy saying that public safety is not my top priority.
This will be anonymous.
Yeah, right. Michael's got all access to all of the results, and those are grandma-able.
Actually, it's 100% anonymous.
We
by the way,
tested
my
it out.
Tested out yesterday, so.
My outlet's not working. Is there?
No, because it was working on the wall.
Yeah, your
That's my
table's
cord.
not plugged in.
What's that?
Your table's not plugged in. So that's,
Does it work now?
it's not. No.
How do I get these random, the back daddy wants to contact you?
Oh, yeah.
Give you money.
Back daddy, yeah.
How do we
Email
get
you.
these?
Okay, George, is that that doesn't work?
And then you can't opt out either. There's no unsubscribe.
We'll try it.
There we go. There's an answer.
We have a small one, but we relied more
There you go.
on the.
Definitely closer to Travis.
Yeah, that's where the power is.
Then we have some
Does it work?
all of
It's
the
working.
other
Yeah, thanks.
comparable governmental entities.
Were we supposed to have received something?
I just
Yeah, so if
received
everyone
it.
can look at your emails, your city council email, you should see a link there, hopefully.
That's just flat out to space.
Yeah.
Council wants them.
Okay. So we click just the one with our name on it.
Yeah, so click on the link that's immediately following your name. These are all unique links. Don't click on your neighbor's link. No ballot stuffing. I wanted to send you guys individual emails, but that would just take way too long. So all your names are all on the same email. So just click the one on yours. So when you click on
Has anyone
your,
received it?
I got it.
I didn't get it yet.
I guess I have to pay
I got it.
myself.
Is it to our,
your council email, yeah.
It's
So
prioritized by contribution to me.
How many votes do we each have?
yeah, so I'll explain it right now. So each person gets 36 credits, basically is what your vote is called. So for example, see if you wanted to vote for matching grants, put 1, and then it says you have 35 of 36 credits remaining. But say you really loved matching grants and you wanted to vote for it twice. Now it takes 4 credits. And 9 credits, and so on and so forth. So the more times you vote for it, it's basically squared. That's how many credits it counts. So say you love matching grants, then you want to do a little bit of social service
So
education.
does that come down to 5 votes each then?
You can, well, it'd be 6 votes if you wanted to vote for the same thing, but if you voted for one thing 3 times, then you would still have a certain
The
number
more
of
you vote
credits
for
left.
one particular thing, the more you spend in
Yeah.
an exponential amount.
Yeah.
So let me just make one other qualification here. Some of these issues are not necessary. I think the issue that I struggle with when we make budget priorities is that some of the issues we think of are not necessarily budget issues.
Right.
Or they might not be as significant. So that's why I was thinking of, okay, if we were to consider Lake Canyon, we could be talking millions of dollars, right? If we wanted to accelerate that process, or if we wanted to get non-competitive housing in Provo, that could cost us quite a bit of money. So
but on the other hand, I have no idea what language accessibility is gonna cost the city, even though that's something I wanna see happen.
Yep.
So I'm inclined to not emphasize things that don't seem to me to have significant financial implications, even if I'm supportive of them. Am I thinking correctly?
I think we just need to, let the city know what's important to us regardless of if we know what costs are. So for example, let's just take Carterville Trail. I put that as a priority, right? Before I even knew what the costs were gonna be, but I wanted to explore it, I wanted to look into it, I wanted to understand it. So isn't this you just wanna know, based on what we know now, this is what's important to us, right?
So did you send the email to Rachel?
We're not.
Yeah, it's sent to Rachel.
Saying, I know this is gonna cost $2 million, but I still know,
What I view this as and going back to framing this as FY25 budget priorities, and then what is, our long-term visionary goals. So if that is, I'll take Councilor Christensen's example. If that's home ownership, maybe that's discussed next.
So what is?
Try to stick with FY25. So what do you expect the administration to come with in their tentative budget? Because you have expressed to them, this is a priority, and if it's not
Can we get clarification on what some of these are? Because I don't know what they are.
They're whatever you want them to be.
Social service education, what is that?
They were submitted by us, so you'd have to ask.
Okay, so that's the idea
yeah.
that right now, we do all social services in Utah County. We have the lowest median income and we have the highest percentage of affordable housing. Highland has the highest income in the whole state. They do nothing. We need to do some education as far as we have a sinking ship where we have many areas in the city with eight.
who are we educating?
We're educating the citizens, the state, other leaders. That, like Orem doing the refuge is a huge deal. Orem replicating a successful thing that we have already done and having another.
Okay, what's matching grant?
Can I just make one final thing for instructions here? So when you're done voting, just make sure that you hit the submit votes button right there, so it comes in to the records, and also you're not required to.
Oh wait, I had 2 left.
Oh, you're not required to use all of your votes if you don't want to. So just let us know when you're done and ask us questions, and we can do multiple rounds of this if we want. And when everyone's voted, then we can put it up on the screen and it'll show us, right?
Okay, so Justin, sorry, I was just gonna say, so Justin just clarified, I was wrong, George. Justin clarified, he doesn't want big visionary things. He doesn't want us to tell the city what we want to focus on. He wants to say, would you want to spend money on this? Now, you might not know how much money it is yet, but.
I still don't know what some of these things are. Can I get clarification?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So what is meant by RDA? What does RDA mean?
So,
I know what RDA is, but what?
Utilize the RDA better. So that really wouldn't create any funds. That's just us as a council.
Okay.
Okay, I submitted budget
Hold on,
priorities.
I'm not done yet.
And that's why I put it just.
So what is rental dwelling license study?
So this was something that the council had asked the administration to come back with. doing a rental dwelling license study, to see if we are charging enough for rental dwelling licenses, how many rental dwelling owners actually have a rental dwelling license.
Okay. And then what is, I mean, I think I know what some of these mean, obviously, starter homes, but is that in relationship to the governor's initiative, or is that somebody wanting to do something on top of that, or what?
Yeah, I mean.
It's a great question. I don't know, some of these were very vague. I think the other thought process is what can actually be done, you know? Some of these are more policy focused. The council can change, you know, they can write an ordinance, implement something in code to help with this. But I don't think there's, you know, when I think starter home, I don't think the council's gonna, you know, go buy down interest rates so that people can get into starter homes. But I think it may be different for each council member.
Maybe just to explore options, you
Yeah.
know, in that area. Is active transportation, would that be public transportation?
That's
Biking.
walking and biking.
Oh, okay.
Although it could include, I was one of the, I don't know who else would have said that. I probably would have said active and mass transit.
Including, okay.
Who put zoning update?
That's Rachel's priority.
Okay, so
We update our
we don't
zoning.
know in what
Spend
sense
money
she's
on
looking at.
In redoing our whole zoning.
That's kind of, Travis, about all
Well, we're
the
in
talks we had
process.
last year
Yeah.
about the zoning update and how I think it's gonna cost probably upwards of $100,000 or more to
And
do it, so.
the intent with that zoning update was to accomplish what? To just simplify the process for development and building, or?
I
what
believe it
was-
can mean many things. It can be just simply simplifying the code or upgrading the code to allow for a variety of different builds, lot sizes, things of that nature.
Okay.
So the terms that are up on the screen are very generic.
Very creative, by the way. I
Uh,
appreciate this.
Don't thank me. Thank the GFOA, and also the kind
What's
people
the
who built.
GFOA.
Yeah, and the kind people who. Oh, what's GFOA? Governor Finance Association.
What are flock cameras?
They are the cameras that the police have that track license plates and help them find,
Okay.
they're the ones that help them find the hit and run driver over on Center Street and stuff. And they work interagency, so different cities work with, so they can track where the cars go or come. So we already have them. So I don't know if this is to like spread the program. They must want to put more into it to spread it.
Well, the counselor had to have submitted the flock cameras, right? So,
Yeah, I don't know if we did it.
was that Rachel?
I don't know. Let's see if she texted here. She did have something to say about the zoning. She says, we just need to fund the zoning up. We will need to fund the zoning update. It can be either just simplifying the code, but we can also use this to maybe make substantive changes to help with the affordability.
And so when you get our results, you're gonna see where it has the fewest points, essentially. And
We're gonna whittle it down.
Yeah, then we can discuss it further. This is just kind of see where everybody's at.
Right.
I have it here on my screen. I'll put it up on the big screen. I just don't want to influence anybody's preferences
Yeah, don't
by
put it-
having it up on the screen for
Yeah,
every
don't put it,
first
yeah,
round.
copying Craig's first, so.
I have a camera over there so I can see what they're looking for too.
I can tell you that so far 3 out of 7 have submitted their preferences.
4.
Wow, some people really know what they want.
Oh, 4 out of 7 has just come in. 144 credit used. Oh,
See,
just
that's
went
why
to
I
5.
didn't submit any because I knew that there were some.
John, cost of living adjustment, where do we feel like we are on that?
As far as,
Is that something we really need to look at this year? And I assume you would have put that in your budget if you needed to, right? So.
Well, I'll just let you know, we were talking about this a minute ago. We, did a 4% cost of living increase last year. The year before, we did a 5%. And before that, we hadn't done it for a number of years. What happened with inflation coming up and others doing it? So my sense of feeling is that maybe we relax the issue and call in the upcoming budget, 25 budget, and we want to be competitive. So I think it's kind of probably here to stay. It just depends on where inflation is and what the level rate may be. And it may drop 3 or 2, or it may stay at 4. That's kind of the question, but it does seem to be a priority now.
So don't waste your parity on one they're already doing.
And staffing, police and fire is already one of your priorities, right? Because you have to make sure that you get the fire, that grant that you have.
We've
You gotta
got 3
maintain.
positions that we want to budget for the next 3 years so that we can self it. But I think it's important for the administration right now, you know, if that's a priority. I think it's still helpful to have that as a reminder, but, because there's a lot of tugging forces, right?
Yeah.
What's considered
Yeah.
submittal? I mean, I think I know what it means to me, but whoever submitted that, I'd like to hear what you think.
I think
Lower to middle income housing.
townhomes.
It's actually, I mean, starter homes, I guess, maybe that's contradictory to middle, but I think of our problem with the housing market is that that's been identified as what the type of housing we don't have.
Mhm.
Right? We don't have a lot of housing.
Yeah.
But there's very few options for.
There's a lot of apartments for students, but
Right.
there's kind of
But
that
if you want to
like,
buy a townhome, you want to buy a condo, you want to
There's
buy
no
a
condos.
duplex, it's just not available.
okay.
Condos,
I
townhomes.
mean, we've tried, like we've had a couple of promises of things that were gonna come online. We were supposed to have really good options for buying condos in the mix.
Totally disappeared.
Councilor McKay, is Rachel participating?
She is.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Oh no, I only have 3 left. I gotta prioritize more.
Spend them wisely, Jeff, spend them
I
wisely.
know.
She submitted it already, she said.
I can't tell like who submitted it
Oh, okay.
or anything, yeah.
And bathrooms is in parks.
Yes, just to make sure each bathroom has a part.
Yeah,
Each
and when
park
I
has a
drove
bathroom.
the,
Like my parks don't have bathrooms.
I'm aware of that.
We want every bathroom to have a park.
We need something for not just kids, but city employees down there.
There you go.
But we also need something on the west side that's not a sports field. They're considering all of our sports fields parks, and that's disconcerting.
As a community land trust, wouldn't that fall under owner occupancy?
That's what I'm, like, I focus on owner occupancy, land trust will go under that.
Okay.
it did come through.
I think you could look at land trust too, as if we do those for the city.
Like missing middle could fall under owner occupancy too,
Yep,
although
absolutely.
it doesn't, it's inclusive but not exclusive, yeah.
Yeah.
If I gotta prioritize my dots though. Starter homes will fall under that too. Sorry guys, am I the one you're waiting on?
Pretty much.
Yeah, I think it's all you.
You don't have to
No pressure.
allocate all your dots.
You
It's
can give your
just,
dots
you
to
know,
George if you want.
How do you, it's just, you know, I'm
Yeah,
debating,
do some
you know,
trade.
it's bathrooms and dog poop. I mean, I gotta figure out which one I prioritize there.
Be a rebel, prioritize bathrooms, come on, Charles.
Just kidding.
teach the dogs to use the bathrooms.
I've seen like
Can you see the result?
cats, but can they do dogs too?
I don't know, I've just
We
seen
will see
cats.
the results shortly. It's not up there. I don't want to sway.
We're still waiting for Travis.
Yeah.
Do you have six?
Am I literally the only one that
You're
you're
the
waiting?
only one.
Oh my gosh,
Not literally.
You are.
I literally am the only one. I'm the only one.
You just been a lot by. Okay.
Craig, where's your motivational skills? Get Travis motivated.
Let's go, Travis. Let's go.
Hold on, I'm narrowing
Not your
down.
cheerleader skills, your
Narrowing
motivational skills. We're gonna get you pom-poms for Christmas.
I'm almost done. It's there. This is hard to do. There, one left. Almost there, guys. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna change it. Just kidding.
Whoa.
Somebody went all in on owner occupancy.
Very helpful to see it this way.
Was that you, John?
No, I mean, I put.
Okay, now we can kind of talk about it. We could do another round and take off half of them, whatever you guys want to do.
Well, I'd say definitely take off what didn't
Let's
get any
take off
votes.
whatever didn't get marked.
Yeah, just let me know because it does take a little bit to set it up.
Okay, so you wanna get a little more direction. Gotcha.
Well, could we also just clarify that because we don't make it part of the vital few, doesn't mean it doesn't get done? Or
Absolutely.
there's so many things that we'll still vote on and support. I think what we're trying to do is be clear about what's exceptional. Is that a helpful way to, I'm asking, is that a helpful way to?
Yeah, I
do
guess,
this?
thinking of this in the sense, you were signaling to the administration what you expect to see in the tentative budget when it comes to you. If that makes sense. What do you expect them to prioritize in the budget? And if it's not part of that, that you might change. Because you have that opportunity to say, nope, this is out of the budget because this is my priority, this is where the dollars are going. I think that would be helpful for them to see in that context of, we expect this to be in the budget. If that makes sense.
I mean, you could also roll up like starter homes up into owner occupancy and land trusts in owner occupancy. So I would almost say maybe we take out some of these that might be, unless.
Just put the next one in parentheses, like owner occupancy, including starter homes and land trusts.
Well, and sidewalks, in my mind anyway, sidewalks and traffic calming and pedestrian safety are all kind of part of the same.
So that would be.
And maybe active transportation, since you're talking about pedestrians.
Yeah.
Sort of, I like that idea of infrastructure or street safety as sort of the overall umbrella for a lot of those things.
But is owner occupancy a budgetary?
Well,
I mean,
Yeah,
that's the idea is how does that impact
Influence stuff.
I mean, we can make that still a priority, but I don't know if that's a budget priority.
Well,
That
it
would
could be
more-
though.
It could be if you want to increase
Incentivize.
zoning enforcement, you want to do an inventory of housing.
So shouldn't we be more
it could cost-
specific with that then?
Oh, yeah.
Well,
we
That's the whole
will.
exercise. But now we know where to target in terms of having that very discussion. And it may be that much of our influence doesn't just come from the budgeting. I know that's the purpose of this, but we also get clear on policy as well.
Well, I was gonna say owner occupancy might be more of a policy.
Could be both.
But you start to see categories. Yeah, so I don't know, I'm just brainstorming here, but like if you put
infrastructure includes,
How about a few more specific, like safety infrastructure, street safety infrastructure?
yeah,
So
infrastructure could mean sewage, yeah,
Yeah.
Streets and sidewalks. So you got Geneva Road, you've got the Carterville Trail.
Right.
Which are specific locations, but then you've got sidewalks, active transportation,
Traffic calming.
and traffic calming. So all of those in my mind are in the same cluster of street-related safety issues. And then housing seems like you've got missing middle, social service, education. Oh, by the way, the utility fee study seems like it's under the sidewalks, right? Is that what we were talking
It's
about?
for roads specifically, but
For
we need to
roads
look at
and-
it. We need to look at it and see how do we need to up it? Should a percentage of it go to sidewalks?
Sidewalks.
Should, like, we need to do the nonprofit thing. We need to figure,
Okay.
that's a whole,
So as budgetary priorities, I think, yeah, a lot of these can fold in underneath each other, but after this whittles down, getting specific or more specific about things is going to signal to the administration what you actually want to see done. I mean, unless you just want a general priority and then they point to it and say, well, we did X and you wanted Y. I think if you want to be specific, if owner occupancy is a budgetary priority, I think you're going to need to give direction on what that is, as opposed to just letting them.
I agree with that.
Case in point, we
Do
want a
it.
cybersecurity study or a study done on our cybersecurity and identify gaps, and they came back and they did something that was different.
Well, I'll give the example 2 years ago, the property tax increase and going towards public safety, and the council wanted it towards a police officer. I won't get into how that council moved, but I think saying we want this money to go towards another officer on the street is very specific. It's something that can be pointed to in the budget, as opposed to this is for public safety generally. Spend it as you wish, whether that, could be for anything.
And I look at this and I would say, okay, I think, to me, I mean, unless it was only like 2 council members who just went all in on one or two things, which could be, I guess we don't know that. But I'm saying, okay, owner occupancy looks like to me to be a huge priority. So we could say, we want to understand from a budgetary standpoint what we can do to promote owner occupancy. And I'm just saying this is just my opinion, but that would be a priority, right? We can just identify that right now and say that's a priority, but.
And specifically for me on that issue, it's the mix that we have that I find concerning and not sustainable. And the 60-40, and I question whether it is 60-40. It could be 65-68, because when, I don't know how we count ADUs, that could count as a home ownership, but there's also a rental in it. So I just think understanding what it is that we're dealing with, I'd love some data about what that really is. Now, if it was skewed the other way, I'd be concerned about let's get more rentals.
right.
But what concerns me is the sustainability of just lack of home ownership. And
It affects our schools.
right, so again, that may be either good or bad. I'm just saying that's what I meant when I voted.
And that may be helpful of breaking down that data to your point of what is the mix of rentals versus owner occupancy in single family homes versus townhomes versus, 4-plex or 6-plex type. I think that's where you start to pinpoint where you need more of different, missing middle type.
Now you're saying you want to fund a housing study.
Yeah, so it could involve funding housing study.
Well, do we want to, if we had a whiteboard or something?
That is a whiteboard.
Oh, we can use our fingers. Where's that?
Right there.
I got chips.
So,
Well, you can draw right on that.
So I'm just thinking of bullet points under owner occupancy. To be specific for the administration, I don't think we could say we are interested in, understanding our current housing stock and any area shortages that we are facing, and then we'd like to address those shortages. We think those shortages are in missing middle and maybe starter homes. So we've already listed those as, and we think that zoning and I guess it's just that zoning and code enforcement would be important to help with this. I don't know, I'm just, like I say, I'm spitballing here.
But that's the idea, yeah.
Yeah.
To get more specific.
Just to be specific about, you know, what we're
No, anyway. It's just only gonna show up in this room.
Okay, so we can take off the bottom ones that have no votes,
Yeah, so,
and then we should probably take off the ones that have one vote.
yeah, so I just kind of halfway set up another one, and I put all of the options that got votes on there and left the ones with no votes completely off. So kind of, what do we want to be included on this next round? Do we want to make an overarching category and get rid of some of these, or what?
I mean, I would say you could probably also remove owner occupancy because it looks like it's a clear front runner unless, like I said, unless two council members just went all in or whatever.
Okay, do we want to get rid of owner occupancy and things that are related to owner occupancy?
I would agree with that.
Well, no, because you're asking us to get specific.
Okay, so we just want to get rid of owner occupancy.
Well, I'm saying, we're not getting rid of it, we're saying, we're taking it and we're saying, already decided, this one's already, owner occupancy is, and then now maybe to George's point, maybe we're gonna prioritize the rest and see which ones still remain, and I don't know.
Well, I think that's a good drop. I'll remove.
I think we should get rid of the three that only have one vote too.
Yeah,
Okay.
because that's just one.
All right, remove owner occupancy, and we'll get rid
Get
of.
rid of the three that have only one vote.
It was like,
Everything from COLA down is gone.
Yep.
Unless somebody's like,
So, and as you get specific on owner occupancy, those may become your goals that
Yeah.
what do I want
And
to say,
get rid
your
of
strategies
owner
and tactics that will actually be funded.
Owner occupancy too.
So, okay, we're taking owner occupancy,
They
we're putting it
wanna
over
take it
here in the, we wanna do something with it. How many more do we want to, do we wanna have 3 things? 2 things, 5 things?
Let's
What
do
we
it close
I
to
think
the
we should
top.
have three
Three.
at least.
3.
Let's
3
go,
to
let's
5
go
max.
expansive. I mean, let's expansive, go 3.
Expansive.
Well, let's just
Yes.
see.
All right,
let's
I'll
see
send
what
out.
we
I'll
have.
send out another survey, and I'm also going to reduce.
Let's not go.
I'm going to reduce your credits down to
I
5.
want to make sure
Down
that
to
we're
5?
clear on the messaging here, and maybe I'm only speaking for myself, but there is a high degree of sensitivity in this community about renters feeling picked on. And I do not want to do anything that exacerbates that tension. So if we say our priority is increasing owner occupancy in Provo, which I think is important for economic reasons, we're trying to help people have equity in their homes so that they have staying power in the city. But I don't want this to sound as if we're trying to get rid of people who are renting in Provo.
No, we want them to own like they want to.
I understand that. I know, I'm just saying if the, not that the Daily Herald pays any attention to us anymore, but if there were a headline that said Provo City Council prioritizes owner occupancy and trying to reduce renters in Provo.
Well, now there is a quote, because you just gave it to him.
I'm just saying, I don't, that's not what I'm supporting, and I don't think any of us are.
No,
I just want to make sure we remember that renters make valuable contributions to our community, and this isn't about cleaning out some undesirable population in our city. I think it's simply a matter of economic stability.
Yes.
Yes.
And opportunity. And if somebody who's renting in the city is renting perpetually because they cannot afford to get into a home, that's a problem I want to solve. It's not that I want to,
The sad thing is, a renter
I
does
just want
not,
to make sure for the
a
record.
renter does
that's-
not have a set payment every month. That is rough. Their payment could change 3-4 times a month. Where a mortgage is a set payment year after year, and that's huge, that is the variance that kills renters. It makes them less stable. They do move more.
Yeah.
Which affects our schools and our community.
I think it's a helpful clarification, because I am only concerned in the sustainability of what it means to the city and to the citizens. Because it's a very complex issue. So thank you for clarifying. It's not about let's get rid of renters. It's about how do we get more people into homes? How do we do that? How do we attract people to be able to live the American dream, those who want to, not everyone will want to. But I think it's a fundamental issue in terms of sustainability for our city. And that's the problem I like to solve for, not getting rid of one or the other.
Yeah,
And there are increasingly people who,
Sure.
for reasons that I don't understand, frankly, from a financial point of view, but who prefer to rent perpetually.
Well, our survey shows that most of them want to own. We have the majority by
That's
far desire to own.
Yeah, I'll just clarify, I don't want to take anything away from renters or reduce opportunities for renters. I'm just simply stating that there's a significant demand for people to be able to get in those middle,
Yes.
The starter homes and the missing middle. And so promote those types of things,
Yes.
not take anything away from the renters
Correct.
at all.
And provide housing. We have way more housing being built that is just rental and not to be bought. So we need to policy-wise, we can do percentages that have to be for purchase. We can incentivize condos, so that's we're getting zero condos.
Okay. With that pro renter disclaimer out of the way,
Okay,
we
so
like renters here, guys. I have renters.
anything else we'd like to strike from the list, or are we good to set out another link?
So what happened to putting them in clusters?
I think we're trying to get specific. So like, in this case, we're gonna go back now and we're gonna rank
Do
it.
that.
And now we'll get an idea of, okay, anything related to owner occupancy, now we're gonna see what people prioritize in regards to that. That's how I view it, but maybe I'm wrong.
Okay, so owner occupancy is our number one, we know that.
Yeah.
We're gonna vote again.
Okay,
So we're gonna vote again with sidewalks through Lake.
yes, with 25 points, but I will.
And Rachel's getting in her car and driving, but she wants it kept open until she can respond, so we'll wait till you get 7 responses.
Okay.
Well, she doesn't have to worry, I'm gonna take forever again, so.
Should we?
Wait, what are we doing now?
We're voting again.
We're voting again without those other.
Without the bottom and without the top one, so we're looking at the middle of the bell curve.
Oh. So we go back to the same link?
No, I'm gonna send you out.
You're gonna send a new one.
links are
Yeah.
unique to every.
The only challenge is that we've talked about kind of pulling some of these together. We're not doing that yet. We're just gonna vote for them independently.
Travis wants to know
I think
what
that-
the
yeah, I think
higher
Travis wants to
priority
see-
is under those.
Well,
Okay.
I mean, we're not doing this just for me, right? I'm just saying that's how I understood it,
Yes.
is that we're
Yeah.
voting on everything again, so now we get to start to see how does sidewalks stack up against traffic calming, right? Like,
All right. Give me 1 minute here.
because ultimately we're gonna be forced to choose between something like that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we got $100,000, are we putting in more sidewalks or are we putting in more speed bumps?
That's right.
That's the script.
That's right.
Part of it is too, it's hard because we're finishing out center and just like getting the job done, right? In addition to, let's get some sidewalks. That's
why I think having a few makes it easier.
Yeah,
Because
absolutely.
no matter what we do, we need things that don't get done. I'd rather do that.
Was it you or Gary who worked for Franklin Covey?
It was me.
Oh, it was you. Yeah, you pointed at. So you're in a Franklin
Gary
Covey.
worked for money. I just worked for things.
You're in a Franklin Covey is coming out right now. Your consulting side.
Can't help.
It's great, man. Love it.
Has anyone got it yet?
No. They should send it to me first. Get started. Get a head start.
been sent. And also look in your junk email if you can't find it. I think we had a couple of sheets last week.
Oh, I just got mine.
So we can't be Counselor Ripple because she's coming.
She said she wanted it to be left open until she.
So I can vote for anyone I want, basically. I just pick the link I want. I vote for George.
Yeah.
Still don't have it. Anyone else have it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Are you on our internet? Oh, on your phone? It's bad.
So let me just clarify. So, like the missing middle and owner occupancy, again, these go together. Do you want me to just spread those votes out between the ones I think look similar?
Well,
Owner occupancy.
Pick to overarching,
so
I
owner occupancy was taken out,
that's gonna be our.
but you have missing middle, you have starter homes.
I'm not gonna waste any votes on those, since the other one was done already. If they're gonna, they'll just be put under as a subcategory. They're the answer to owner occupancy, right?
Well, I mean, in that sense, then we should have just taken them out, but I thought we were trying to get a pulse for like, how would somebody prioritize a starter home over a,
Would that make it easier to take those? We'll go back to.
no, because we're trying to get more specific, right? Like,
Well, for the sake of clarity, I guess middle and starter are two separate categories, but they're right next to each other.
See, I don't care if it's middle or starter.
I guess the example I think that's maybe a little bit better is I would prioritize sidewalks over, because I'm thinking of school kids, school children. So specifically in my view of how I'm looking at this issue, I'm saying I want to get some sidewalks done that are on the way to schools, right? Where kids right now don't have them. And I would probably prioritize that over traffic calming measures such as speed bumps in certain areas, right? So that's what I was thinking, still having all these categories is helpful because you can get a view for what's truly more important if we're trying to get specific, right?
But I think you need to clarify that too, is school zones versus the heat map. Because like we've talked about before, there's southeast and traffic, the heat map's not gonna be as.
I'm prioritizing kids walking to school. That's how I would look at it. More than adults walking on a busy street, but.
I would agree with you there.
It does. Feelings too.
Keep in mind,
Just
some
for if we're gonna make
adults have been the ones that have been killed more recently. There were the two kids walking to school.
No, I'm not, I'm not saying, I totally get it. I feel remiss if we wouldn't give these kids sidewalks. It just seems,
Because you get 25, but if I give someone one vote.
Yeah, you make a good point. I mean,
If I
where
give
the
someone a
accidents
second,
are occurring is probably the most important.
Yeah, so for a second vote on this one again would be 4. So you have 1. It just depends on how you allocate.
Okay.
So the more you vote for a single thing, the more it costs on that 1%.
I was driving on.
So that's why the total wasn't
Okay,
210.
Yeah.
A big truck flew past 3 cars, just past them on Kenny Road, and then turned left on a red. I was like, oh. A big white truck, like I think like 50, 60.
I was gonna ask.
It's a big truck.
Pickup Here's my.
Just have black smog coming out of the back
No,
of it.
it didn't, thank goodness. All I thought was, I hope someone dies.
I'm sure you guys hear as much as I do just about the need for traffic calming, just speeds, you know, traffic. I was gonna ask the chief whether that's it's more bigger issue now, or has that always been an issue?
I think it's always, I assume it's always been.
It's always been an issue since I've been there, and it's everywhere. Every single street has a speeding
I mean, the
issue.
sidewalk needs everywhere and the speed needs everywhere.
Even,
Yeah, that's my
even
sense.
on, by the rec center, where Shannon Bingham fought really hard to get that island and that safety, because that little kid
Right.
was hit and murdered.
Yeah.
Murdered, killed, everyone like that. They still have a huge speeding issue over there. And they're just, and when she talked to Vern about it, he's like, we've done everything as a city that we can do. It's just drivers need to be responsible and go.
Because it just takes you to see a couple that are whizzing by that, like it just takes a couple.
And if you go to the neighborhood meetings, that's a lot of the bulk of the neighborhood meetings is we have speeders everywhere. Can we put in a stop sign or a traffic calming measure or a
Well, and that's also one of the problems of the police, is that they're so busy, they can't do the proactive preventative kind of work that would really help. The police.
Well, they do have a traffic enforcement team, right? But
They're most often responding to calls more than they are controlling.
Michael, is it just Travis we're waiting for?
I've got 2 tickets in 1 week.
I don't know.
I'm still trying to decide on my very last vote here.
Oh, man.
It was when I was a single mom. I drove that way to work every morning.
Okay.
I never go on that street. I've not gone on that street.
Didn't we want to wait for Rachel?
Is
Yeah.
that 7? Yeah, we're waiting.
I'll text her.
Was Pratt still good? Are you going to still?
I'm just taking my time because I know I'm right now.
Okay.
Then I think Rachel.
You have Rachel, so. it's
Yeah.
only-
Oh, you have Rachel's.
I do have.
Perfect.
Yeah, but she had to get out of her car and go into a place, go to a meeting, and sign up her computer.
Uh-huh.
So you're fine.
All right, it's in.
Alright, it is in. So everybody says.
that one's number 2.
That one's-
Yeah, because now we're thinking.
This screen, not that one?
It's not on the front screen.
Well, it's just not on
Oh, weird.
Yeah, this came out differently.
Okay.
Yeah, this, let me fix the main screen. So,
Oh,
blame Jessica.
yeah. Side screens.
So sidewalks was obviously number 2.
Unless a couple of us just load it up and we did, you know, because the reason I say that is because you could have 2 council members who are extremely passionate about one issue and it might have no council support.
True.
So, you know, we need maybe some qualitative assessment here. Was that just a couple council members loading it up, or is there broader support?
I don't know, those counselors will have to volunteer that information.
You mean you don't secretly have the results hidden in there?
No, I tried to.
Good.
Yeah, I mean, I have.
I think that's the beauty of the system, is that it's like, you know, it's a calculated risk if you're gonna throw.
So then like, then you
lose
kind
your
of get
voting
together
power
with
on
your.
everything else.
So how about if we do this? This isn't telling us what to do. This is simply giving us information. So we talked about homeownership. Now it looks like infrastructure, street safety. Okay, so that's coming up. What else is this telling us?
I ask about social service education. It seems to me that I'm not seeing the budgetary implications there. I mean, it seems to me that the most important solution is state legislative, you know, policy that says Highland's got to get on board. Or
See, I don't think so. I think it comes down to a social campaign. It comes down to a PR campaign.
I think we will talk to a wall if we do that. They won't pay
We can wait
ounce of
until stuff
attention.
happens to us, or we can proactively
I'm just,
advocate for ourselves.
I just think other cities are gonna say, oh, did you hear that Provo was trying to tell us to?
No, we just is telling a story. We can tell a story. or we don't tell any
I
story and
see,
just
well,
take
telling
it.
our story. I
Like, we
think
could
is
take
the
a story
difference.
that, how many people would ever think that we have 8 Title I schools in Provo?
Yeah.
How many people think that we're the lowest income of the entire, like, one of the lowest incomes in the entire state? How many people think that we have the most affordable housing of the entire county? People don't know those stats. You know?
I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying if our goal is to spend money on trying to get other city governments to make decisions that we would prefer they make, I don't think that's gonna happen.
So maybe this is more of a policy.
Yeah, I just don't know what kind of money we're talking about. In terms of that. I mean, I want a strong lobbying presence with the state legislature on
Well,
this.
that's
I want-
where that's part of the money can go, right? We don't have a lobby as far as the council's concerned.
That's
Or we could push, we could say it's a priority to the mayor, you have a lobbyist, please push this. We need to advocate for ourselves.
We have a lobbyist.
I believe the mayor does now.
I believe the mayor's office has
But they depend,
contract.
yeah, so it's like set
Why are
amount.
we not in contact with this person?
Great question.
There's a lobbyist for the city of Provo and we don't know.
Do you know
who it
Scott?
is.
Part-time,
Part-time.
part-time lobbyist
It's in
hired
the
on
contract.
specific issues.
But this would be saying a message that we need to send this message that we have neighborhoods that aren't sustainable. So many neighborhoods aren't sustainable.
Yeah, I
We
mean, we're
can't-
losing a
We
school
can't
because
absorb
of,
everything.
Absolutely, right?
Franklin Elementary is in dire straits. They don't get their stuff up, their test scores up. Yeah, the state's gonna come and shut them down. We've got just a couple of years to do that. And they're seeing just transition after transition after.
Yeah, I just don't, well, okay, I guess
But I
I'm
don't
still not sure why we're asking.
Like other cities don't know, how do we
other
advertise
cities to
ourselves?
solve our problems, but, or
No,
us
we
telling
should-
them how to solve theirs.
No, but we need to put the message out there that we can't absorb all this endlessly, like we're sinking. So we either get at a neutral place, or we're in dire straits down the road, looking long-term.
We have people that aren't even bishops because we don't have long-term residents in some of these neighborhoods that are doing weekly
I'm
food.
not unaware of this, I'm just trying to understand why you're proposing to spend our budget on educating other states, other cities, other governments.
It's
I just not-
it's educating our citizens, it's educating the state and legislatures and other people. It's getting us right, all we do is brag about how we're the top of everything. Which is great, we are the top of a lot of stuff, but we need to tell the whole story if we want to advocate for ourselves.
Well, couldn't we, if the mayor has a part-time lobbyist or the city has a part-time lobbyist, couldn't we,
Yeah, that just takes money.
right, but they already have it.
No, they don't. It's a lobbyist that has a certain amount of money put towards it and they have their agenda. If we want our agenda for certain money put towards it, we would need to prioritize that.
I would think.
In some cases, I'm sure our agenda would match the administration.
Can we put this one aside for just one second? Did it? To me, it seems like missing middle housing starter homes. I don't know what we want to call that, but that should then
Go under.
go under the owner
Owner
occupancy as like first bullet point, right?
Mhm.
And then we could take that off for the next round.
My concern with that though is the west side is where the growth is and we have so many starter homes. So many. We really need to balance that out.
With,
Well, we need more starter homes
With
in other parts
more,
though, of the city.
More move up.
you want more established. You don't want to become, I see what you're saying.
We already have struggles over there because we have so many starter homes, so many smaller.
But you would agree there's starter home opportunities in other parts of Provo.
Yes, but what I would want to advocate for is we don't stick it all on the west side.
So part of our conversation could be, part of that owner occupancy could be understanding what the right balance is for starter, mid-level, upper level
That I would
housing
agree
on the
with.
west side.
Yes, yes.
So that
we
could be
need
something
high-end
we look
homes,
at.
too. Maybe we really need it all.
So why don't we capture it that way, Travis?
I like balance of homes better in the neighborhoods rather than starter homes or middle.
So proper balance of homes.
In all parts of the city.
I think that, yeah, I mean, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't speak for everybody, but in my mind, starter homes, missing middle, higher density, it's, you know, I think we're talking about diversifying as much of the housing types in every part of the city within reason. I mean, I'm not talking about tearing up
single family and detached home neighborhoods and suddenly putting in high rises. I'm just saying, I don't see any reason why this should burden the west over any other part of the city. Every part of the city has to have some sort of participation and diversification of the opportunities for people, or we end up with a totally segregated city. We don't, I just think that's a terrible outcome. So,
But I think we need to be specific in that because I don't want it to burden the west side.
She's worried that we're gonna say, we need more starter homes. They're gonna say, okay, great, the land's on the west side. Start putting.
yeah, I don't see that as a logical conclusion. I
don't think any of us want that.
Yeah.
But I think we need to be specific about it, is what I'm saying.
Oh, we can just put in some language about, we're looking for balance of housing types in all parts of the city or something like that. Is that?
That would be better for me.
Yeah.
But that would also go along with your housing study, right? I mean, we want to know where everything is located.
We haven't figured out how to do a housing study. I mean, if we're gonna do a housing study, it's gonna be hundreds of thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands. And
Yeah,
we have crap information.
Yeah, we contemplated doing this for years, since I was first on the council, and the closest we got to it was we sort of ended up borrowing from the state's data, right?
And it's not even,
Or what was
the Gardner Institute study isn't done yet. We're still waiting on their.
Yeah, so the state is gonna have a database that, we'll follow up on that. They have a database on housing, but then also Michael and I this past year looked into it, and we actually got some more GIS software, and working with Grace in GIS, we have so much housing data available to us, and the ability to analyze that, look, it's a lot. So we can kind of send out an email again about how much we have and what we can do with it, and then we can assess if we want to do more, but that's kind of the conclusion we came to last year, but we can look at it again. There's nothing saying we can't.
The conclusion we came to last year was that we were gonna lean on that and spend far less money, but we knew that we were gonna have less than accurate data than we would if we spent the big change, right?
Yes.
So.
Well, I guess the question with that is, what data are you looking for? And is it possible to even get?
Yeah, well, we want to understand where all the illegal ADUs are and how many people are living in each house, and what is our stock? Is it at one house that's going to be a new sixplex, or is it real house, or is it?
And some of those things I just, they're not going to be possible. Like,
it takes door to door. And
Well,
that's
even that you cannot,
If you can get somebody to be truthful.
I don't think the city likes to make it super public, but,
So-
you can't actually enforce exactly on owner occupancy, because that means actually going into the house and verifying that what they're saying at the door is accurate, which we can't do. So it's not like, there's a point at which we're sort of, unless we opt for something.
But I think that puts an onus on us more to go every time something comes before us and actually go and look and see what neighborhood it's in and what's around it. I mean, because if we're promoting starter homes and we're just, planning commission is just like, oh yeah, let's just do townhomes everywhere. Yeah, that's what we need. And then we end up with something like Southeast where it's just a sea of townhomes and nothing else. And that's the problem that we faced. And that's why I like the balance in the neighborhood more than I like, hey, we want to put a focus on starter homes or missing middle housing. We just need to balance it neighborhood by neighborhood.
So is it a focus on, once the state's data is available, also analyzing our own data internally and using that towards, I'm just going to throw this out there, using that towards a comprehensive zoning update and a plan that the council, do you meet with the planning commission over a series of meetings to look at areas of the city to see what types of housing are available, how much owner occupancy are we aware of in those areas, so that when projects do come forward, I think the strongest tool that the council has is saying no. When developers come forward, saying no causes them to come back and reflect and say, well, you can't ask for a development agreement, but when you say no to the project, and then they come back and say, offering your concerns that you're concerned about owner occupancy, and once that message gets out, developers are going to come forward and maybe proffer that to the council and say, we will, offer that these products will be for sale. I think that's your biggest opportunity for that. I don't know. Is that kind of the train of thought? I want to make sure that as staff, we understand what the council wants and where you're going.
Well, I think it's always been, to speak for myself, that it's always been hard. We've got the general plan and we have neighborhood plans and so on. We have zoning to help us, but when a proposal comes forward and say it's, townhomes in the southeast or something, and we don't have specific data that says that neighborhood's already, we've had that discussion umpteen times in the southeast, that neighborhood's already overburdened by this type of housing, so we probably need to be thinking about another area, or are there, it's just that it seems like we do more speculation about a lot of that, or, sort of gather our information as best as we can anecdotally without really having the data to be confident that we know what we're talking about. And so for my mind, it would reduce a lot of the tension, a lot of the uncertainty, and probably help with public relations as well, because we can all be looking at the same, spotted elephant and say that's a spotted elephant rather than anything else we want it to be.
Yeah, but if it costs $200K, that's where we get stuck.
Yeah, I mean, that's the issue we've got to ask, is if it's valuable enough to us to spend a couple $100,000 to get a really reliable study that would last us 5 to 10 years, personally, I'd be willing to spend it. I'd be willing to put it into our budget priority.
Logan was the one that did the most comprehensive study we've seen, right? Do we know what theirs cost and the size of their study?
Okay, so why don't we say we'd like to explore the cost of the housing study as part of the owner occupancy piece, huh?
We've already done this.
We did.
We did. Do we have the numbers on that?
Does anybody remember what we were quoted? No?
A housing
I
audit
don't
is,
think we ever got a price.
no, we never got to a quote. The discussion that we went through last year was that we started to get into it, and then we asked what policy decisions specifically would you want to be answering, or budget questions would you specifically want to be answering? And development services, I don't know. I'll go back and listen to the work meetings, but
it was decided that you guys could answer. You could look it up and say, well, there's this percentage of single family homes,
Yeah.
there's this percentage of apartments.
we have the ability to do that, but
Owner occupancy was more dicey. ADUs was
Yeah.
more dicey.
Okay, so we basically said, well, we can get some information, so rather than spend
And we
200, 300K.
And we said with every development, we wanted to see that info. We never did implement that.
So that would be helpful before it came to us to see what stats.
Get the GIS stats before, and that had that presented to us.
That would be a good policy implementation.
we can do that.
As
I
part
just
of
wanna
the
get
staff
the next-
report.
So as far as next steps and priorities, I'm gonna jump in really quick. So maybe for the next round, and I know there's specifics to each of these, but maybe for the next round, we take out missing middle and starter homes, because those go in with owner occupancy, just as far as like housing and owner occupancy, we can take them out. We know we can be more specific on those. We know we can detail down, but for this meeting, in order to get to those top three, we don't need to get into the exact statement of what each of those mean.
And I would say, could we move the second one over? So we know that sidewalks / traffic calming, pedestrian safety, I think that seems like it's a priority after the housing.
Okay.
So I would almost say, let's take out the stuff related to that.
So we'll take out this one. whichever.
Well, I do think those are totally different.
I think those are, but I mean,
Sidewalk and track.
I mean, what I would be looking at is saying to the city, let's look at pedestrian safety / sidewalk / traffic calming measures and give us your top 5 recommendations, whether they be speed bumps or sidewalks at near schools or whatever it might be.
Well, I would include active transportation on that because that includes walking.
Well, that's way down the list though. You know what I mean? Then we're making it
Well,
broad.
I'm making my appeal for it,
Yeah,
if I can do that. Because I feel very strongly that, if we have in our general plan the goal to increase active transportation and mass transit, we want to try to improve, the opportunities for people to travel around the city without having to use cars whenever possible. We know cars are always going to be needed, but we need to build that infrastructure, and we need to make it safe. Nobody's going to want to walk in the city or ride their bike in the city if they don't feel safe.
I think we
So
could,
safety is important for us to, in my mind, prioritize, and that includes improving the sidewalks, building them where they are needed. That includes building safe bike paths. It includes traffic calming measures to help certain neighborhoods avoid dangers that they're subject to. So it's all, in my mind, one big piece of, whatever the word is we want to use,
I think we can look at that.
street safety or something.
I think we need to be true to our list and
I
not
think so too.
throwing it out like that's a whole different thing.
Because sidewalks is more where we want to spend our money, or what's the other one?
Okay, so we can pull these 2 out and leave active transit in the next round if you want, and then if it places high, we can add it back into those 2 that we already took out.
I think still think traffic calming is a completely different thing too than sidewalks. Pedestrian safety is in sidewalks.
That's true.
But that's a complete different bucket of money.
What are the rest
Then
of
we
the
can put traffic safety with sidewalks, and then I can make traffic calming as its own separate thing for this next round.
I disagree. I mean, I think we're splitting hairs. I don't understand the difference.
I
I
think
mean-
sidewalks is more specific. So if we want to tell the administration, we want you to double the amount of money that you're spending on sidewalks specifically. That's different than saying we want to encourage more traffic calming and pedestrian safety throughout
You
the
cut the
city.
money.
Does that make sense? So
Well,
they're in the same, they're in the same world, but.
But that's my point. I'm
Yeah.
saying, that I agree that they're slightly different, but we're trying to come up with a global priority, if global's the wrong word, but an umbrella term, or we're trying to group these together, and I'm just saying, I don't see them as radically separate. I don't.
Well, you're just splitting money in smaller buckets.
I'm not seeing it as grouping them together, I'm seeing it as this is where we want to direct.
Well, we can take a motion on it really quick if you want to include that or not, otherwise I think we're just gonna disagree and staff.
Let me just, can I ask a question? Then, if we go to them and say, look, we have 3 top priorities, one being home ownership, and it includes maybe these types of things.
Yes.
But we want to get some feedback, recommendations, policy ideas, whatever. And the next one being sidewalks, pedestrian safety, traffic calming / active transportation. What would the administration prioritize? We're not, like, what we choose today is not like, oh, this gets the money, right? Like, we're not splitting the budget today.
That's all I'm trying to do.
Aren't we we're asking for them to kind of come back, or staff to come back with some recommendations? Hey, based on our conversations with the administration, they agree sidewalks around schools is number 1, because they're gonna agree with me. Or, yeah, I'm just kidding. But, maybe they do say, like, yeah, sidewalks around schools is number 1, but we can't control that because of something, whatever. So I don't know. I'm just saying, isn't there still room for back and forth on this?
Yeah.
And it's noted that sidewalks took top priority over active transportation. But
That's
we can
gonna
still.
get lost if you give to administration all these things, then they're looking at like a million things versus
We're
looking
looking
at.
at 4, not a million.
Yeah, and I think what we don't want here is we don't wanna come up with 4 big categories and have each one of those categories have 5 sub-bullet
Right.
points.
Exactly.
And if we have 5
All right.
sub-bullet points to the big categories, it'll be the same as having
Having
29 bullet.
17 things, yeah.
Look,
I agree with
in the urban planning business though, there is nobody who doesn't understand sidewalks as part of active transportation. You guys are voting for something that is active transportation.
Yeah, we're focusing on that item.
All right, so I make a motion that we just include sidewalks in this and make it number 2. And is there a second?
Just sidewalks by itself?
Just sidewalks by itself, yeah.
Including curb and gutter.
Oh, well, yeah, whatever's up there.
And there's nothing about pedestrian safety or traffic calming
That
or active
inherently is
transportation.
pedestrian safety.
Yeah,
All right.
no. Yeah.
I'll
Wait a
second
minute, hold on, I wanna get clarity on this. Does it include biking?
No.
But people will bike on some sidewalks aren't for biking.
They're saying they want to send the message to administration, specifically look at sidewalks.
No, I think it's fund more money on sidewalks.
Yes.
Right,
Not-
specifically look
We've already
at
looked.
how we want to spend more money on sidewalks, yeah.
Rachel's-
I'm just saying, we need to look at it because we don't know what all the implications are yet. Like Becky mentioned, well, can we put down temporary asphalt in certain areas?
Which is
And
what's
that's gonna be a lot cheaper than curb and gutter. So we want to just understand what the implications are. Also, we don't know yet where the administration would prioritize them based on, well, sure, this one's next to a school, but this one's next to, Macy's, and people get hit there 5 times a year. So, we just don't know
Right.
yet.
So they're gonna pick the spots, but we're prioritizing sidewalks.
Well, I don't want them to pick spots yet. I want them to come back to us
Yeah,
with
they will.
recommendations.
And so.
Right, so we have a motion, we have a second.
We have a discussion.
That's what we're
Yes.
doing now.
I would like to make a substitute motion, and let me explain my reasons for it. My substitute motion is that we call this entire package active transportation. We worry about the details later. Because the transfer utility fee study may indicate one way to increase funding. If it comes down to it and we have to choose between sidewalks and street calming in certain neighborhoods, I think we're just speaking theoretically right now, and so we're getting into philosophical debates. It's all part of the package of active transportation. We're trying to improve safety and mobility in the city. And I think that's something that everyone in our city surveys has indicated is a high priority, whether or not it's, anyway, I just think that's what we're talking about when we're talking about Carterville Road. We're talking about that when we're talking about everything else. So I'd rather just call it active transportation because that's what it is.
And it
So that's
doesn't
my
obligate
motion.
us to spend in a certain way.
No, absolutely not. I mean, none of this. That's what I'm saying. I think we're getting into like the nitty gritty about our differences of opinion about different kinds. And it's all theoretical because we don't know what we're looking at. I think, but if we're not calling it, I just want to call it what it is, which is a more all-inclusive term than sidewalks, because it sounds to me like, in my mind, if we're going to spend, $2 million increasing sidewalks in certain parts of the area, but we do nothing to improve pedestrian safety, I think we've just thrown away $2 million. We want active transportation infrastructure, safe and effective mobility in the city, and that's what we're at. That's the big goal we're after. And, we can debate later how much money, which priorities we're going to place on sidewalks versus a raised elevation for a crosswalk or whatever else it needs, or a biking fix of a biking path that's not safe. Whatever those things are, we can look at. But I'd rather err on the side now of being as inclusive as possible under that category. So that's my motion.
I agree that there has to be balance in our discussions, so I'll second the motion. Your substitute motion.
So I'm okay with that approach as long as we're gonna have another budget meeting where we touch on these 3 and we prioritize what the bullet points are under these 3 type thing. Does that make sense?
Isn't that this meeting?
Well, but we're running out of time, sorry.
No,
Talk
the
faster.
point is, if you want to go back to administration and say what are the top 5 areas, then that would take a whole meeting.
Well, what I'm saying is we need more information. I'm thinking, I want to prioritize sidewalks. The administration might come back and say, Travis, 5 people get hit at this intersection every day. We got to figure out something else in this intersection, and that might take, the $500,000.
But I think we've got that already when they said that we have to have these safe routes to school for shoreline and for.
I want them to come back with like specific projects or
I
specific
think they
areas.
have those already. They do. And I think that's, because we saw that with the funding. And they don't have enough funding. We saw the shoreline ones, they don't have enough funding for that yet. We saw that in the, whatever that was earlier today.
But my point is that if we don't include the whole package, then if they say, well, that school needs a couple of crosswalk improvements, they need a couple of raised crosswalks or whatever else that are needed for improvement, but they say, but the city council says they want to just do sidewalks, and that's this huge priority.
Well, I think
that's misleading.
I think your substitute motion makes sense, because what we're looking for is a big priority. If we could then thread several of these through. So you're calling that, I wouldn't have called it active transportation. I'm not in the business. I would have called it what people talk to me about. They want street calming, they want things like that. So if that's what it's called, as long as we're clear on the bullet points, subpoints of what that is, I like
You call it active transportation and street safety.
Scott, if we pass 3 broader priorities with a few bullet points underneath, like we want to look at sidewalks, traffic calming, and active transportation, the city's not going to shoot the name, right? They're going to come back and say, okay, well, here's some recommendations from us. Here's what we might want to look at more. So, like, can't we have that back and forth? Or
I would assume that would be been part of every budget presentation we've done since time began, is about working to those specifics. There's no doubt. If these priorities, as I'm hearing, owner occupancy and whatever you use as the topic for this next one, it gives administration a focus to report back on during budget development.
I vote yes on the substitute motion.
Yeah.
So the goal is to give the administration some direction so that they come back to the meeting on February 13th, our follow-up meeting, to present their priorities and give some feedback on these. Then when departments come and give their budget presentations, they've been asked, and these will be sent out after that meeting on the 13th, address any of these specifics.
I would say we send them to them and say they were in order, this was the priority the council gave them, but they're open to, your feedback, right? Sidewalks are most important, whatever. I don't know. I feel like we're running out of time. Personally, I'm running out of time, so I could step away for a meeting and come back, but I had planned for the 3:20 timeline that was put on the meeting. So not on the agenda. The agenda was 3:20. Let's look. I'll show you. It was 6 p.m.
Mine was 6 p.m.
From Michael?
I was counting on 6 p.m.
Yeah.
I mean, not that I was like,
Are you referring to the approximate?
Yeah. The agenda, it said 150 minutes for the second section, and it said end time 3:20. So I scheduled meetings around that. So we need to change that process then if this
What
meeting
starts
was.
at 3:20?
I'm stating that the meeting agenda that was sent out to me that I read said that this meeting was gonna end at 3:20, 3:30, something like that.
This
So
part of the agenda or the entire meeting?
these were the only things on the agenda. I'll pull it up and you guys can see it. I feel like I gotta defend myself. Jeez.
You gotta go, you gotta go.
Well, do we need
I'll come back. I'll come back if we're going till 6, that's fine. I can go till 6. I'm just saying, I went under the impression that this was a 3:30.
Travis, I saw something like that.
Okay, so we're taking a vote on a substitute motion. If you're voting aye for George's substitute motion to put our second priority as active transportation.
I would just say if you want it, active transportation and street safety.
Active transportation and street safety as the number 2 priority. Travis?
Yes.
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 No.
No.
George? Perry?
Yes.
Becky?
No.
Okay, so that passes. 4-3.
All right, just to defend myself, an email from Michael Sanders on Thursday.
Who's that?
A discussion reviewing the progress of fiscal 2024 priorities. End time 12:50. A discussion regarding council priorities for fiscal year. Anticipated start time 12:50. Amount of time 150 minutes. End time 3:20. So I'm just going off of that. So if this meeting was planned to go till 6, that is not what the agenda said.
So the calendar invite went out till 6. I think that was a guesstimate of time for how.
Right,
long
obviously,
it was.
yes, but when the calendar invite went out till 6, but then this came in after, I assume the meeting had been shortened, similar to what has happened in the past, where you block a specific amount of time, and then once you have the agenda, you know how long the meeting's gonna go. I'm just saying, I need to defend myself here, that I was going off of this email that was sent on Thursday. So if
I get what you're saying.
If this meeting was gonna go till 6, the agenda did not reflect that at all, and so the agenda should have been more accurately updated, or, should have more accurately reflected what the plan of leadership was, so anyways. I set a meeting for 3:50, that's all I'm saying. I'll come back after my meeting, it's fine. I'm not saying I can't. It's fine, it's fine. I just felt a little bit like, wow, I gotta defend myself.
All right, so now we need to get priority number 3.
So what is number 2 called?
Active transportation and street safety. Street safety.
Okay, so William, can you tell me what is off of this list?
Okay, so off of this list is sidewalks, traffic calming, and active transportation.
Sidewalks,
Because those are now the second priority.
okay, and anything else that is off
And
this?
missing middle and starter homes, they're moving to be part of the first priority.
Are we putting Carterville Trail under the sidewalk active?
I think it should probably fall under that discussion,
Okay,
but
so Carterville
but
Trail
noted
is
that
not-
it's way low on the priority given the cost.
Carterville Trail as well. Okay,
But those are specific
And land
examples.
trust can go under home ownership too.
That's a good point.
okay.
So, I'm gonna throw a wrench in everything. Does it make it easier for the last priority to just vote on the category that we already had? So we had a housing category, we had an infrastructure category.
I think we should just do this.
Yeah.
Line down as well.
Okay. Anything else needs to come off?
Utility transportation fee goes under
Goes under active
transportation.
What about the Geneva Road and Slate Canyon?
So Geneva Road, in my mind, because I think I might have been the one who put this on there originally. I think, to me, Geneva Road is a whole package. It has to do with active transportation, it has to do with northwest connectivity. There's a lot of things,
But
but
it's a state-funded road, so that one's a kind of a hard one to.
Right.
yeah,
And
and
the
I put that
Lakeview
in there.
Parkway will be finished here soon, and that, when will Parkway be done? We'll start in the next year or two? Hold on, last days?
The last section of it is, yeah, I think it's all consecutive now.
And because we can't do very many road expansions because of the homes that are historic and different things like that, that's one of the many reasons why they're doing the Parkway. And that should have your active transportation component, right? Or they can finish that trail all the way up.
It's like in this.
The park.
The park.
Okay, not the road. Okay.
Just as we did in the first round, we took off the ones that didn't have any votes. Would you like to do that again?
Yes.
Okay, so the bottom please.
Okay, so I'm just gonna read what I have on my screen here. I have social service education, code enforcement, open space and trail improvement, zoning update, police and fire staffing plan, matching grants, bathroom, Geneva Road, and Slate Canyon.
And
And we could add or subtract.
really want to apologize for not being able to be here earlier. I was on Zoom and,
Which I'll never
It's
apologize for
very
being there for
frustrating.
your kids.
so I felt like I needed to explain the zoning update and why I care about that and why I think it impacts missing middle housing, starter homes, owner occupancy and things like that. I see, funding this update to our zoning code, we could just do like the code cleanup, make it simpler and easier for everyone to understand, which is its own benefit. But that's also an opportunity for us as the legislative body to really make changes to our code that affect affordability of housing, that make it possible to build missing middle housing within our city. Right now, our code doesn't allow for most of those housing types to be built in the existing zones. And so that's why I felt like that was a priority that would address where we're allowing the middle starter homes and things like that to exist. And I saw that as our best tool. But we can only do that if we fund the RFP to go ahead and do that update. So I'm sorry that I could not make that case to you earlier, but it seems like a very specific and functional tool that we can use to address those things instead of asking for more housing audits or surveys. I think we have enough information, and what I really don't want is for us to get bogged down again and saying, oh, well, we need to know more. We've already got enough to act. And that's what I would encourage us to do.
Can you remind me how much does that cost?
Wasn't it between 2 and 3?
Yeah, it was between $200,000 and $300,000, and the draft RFP is currently under legal review to be sent out to get a better idea of what that is.
Just clarify, so what would it produce? What would the zoning update, would it be recommendations or an audit?
So we would actually be changing our city code, but if we're doing more than just the simplification and cleanup, if we're doing something like reducing lot sizes or setbacks, those are the things that could allow you to build missing middle housing, to divide existing lots in half so you can have 2 different housings or 2 different housing units on the property, which would increase opportunity for owners to buy those smaller lots and things like that. That way you could, through individual property owners, get this gradual increase in density, but without changing the characters of neighborhoods entirely. You don't have to rip down an entire block of, like the Bill Harris block, and build high density housing.
But how does the zoning update provide that? Are you saying that
We
is a vehicle to do that?
Yeah, we changed the zoning code itself. Because
So
right now the zoning
Sends a
has,
different signal a better signal to developers about the variety that we're looking for. Bill Pepperoni's quite supportive of this idea.
Doesn't it clean it up too?
yeah, so cleanup, we definitely said that we want to do.
Yeah.
But the things like reducing setbacks, allowing houses to be closer or decreasing the lot size, that's something that we changed through code, right? Because right now we have all of these different residential lot sizes, R16, R18. If we reduce those sizes and with that reduce the setbacks, then you can fit 2 houses on a lot where you're only allowed to have 1 house before. And because it could be 2 different houses on the lot, they could both be potentially owner occupied instead of.
I think I understand that. What I'm not getting that seems like an outcome we're looking for. It seems like zoning update would just give us information in terms of survey, in terms of what we
Actually means updating the
changing the
we're
zoning
actually
code.
doing on it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because we could make the decision to double the setbacks and to reduce.
We could.
So I'm just asking
Yeah.
a clarifying question, because you keep equating that to, it would equal these things. It could actually equal a discussion where we come up with something different than that.
Absolutely.
All right.
Yeah. But that's the potential for how, those are the tools that we have to change missing middle housing and to increase starter homes within the areas of the city that are already developed, and to change the parameters for areas.
For example, right now, you were at that tour of that neighborhood by the rec center, right? That's
The pocket neighborhood.
if you have a neighborhood like that that's under the current residential conservation zone, they're stuck with the small house, and if they want to tear it down and rebuild, they can't, because
So they come to us for.
so they have to come to us for a rezone. But if you have a code that's written in such a way that allows for that flexibility, then one less hurdle to have to jump through, and it actually can send a signal to developers that, hey, we're actually looking for pocket neighborhoods and places like this where we improve the quality of the housing and we provide a variety of housing stock. But if you just have a blanket zone that covers all of those older pioneer neighborhoods as residential conservation, you can't go in there and do interesting infill and anyway. So that's the idea, is that if you want to solve the problem of housing, this is just one other tool that you can have that if you can fine tune the kind of signal you want to send to developers.
Should this be a subset of housing?
I think it should be. I didn't realize that's what it was, and now that you're reminding
Right,
me.
and I wasn't here to explain that.
So yeah, how about if we just include it under housing? Because again, all of those things are things for us to discuss and look at. Seems like that's where it would fit.
Can we put that in there? Is there any objection to that?
Well, what else would we be looking for as far as like budgetary for housing? Because I can see a lot of code stuff that we would have to.
Yeah,
we
and
would
this
want
is,
to do,
this is the,
like,
I think, the most
homeowner-
efficient way to address the code stuff for the housing.
Like put in the homeowner occupancy, like 10% of a development or something.
Can we do
Well,
that?
that wouldn't be,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
not a legislative
Other
action.
cities have done it.
Yeah. So this is where we do that. This is the tool to do all of those outcomes that we want for
So
the
whatever
housing.
zone we want that would be included.
So the essence of the zoning update really isn't, what do we want in this zoning here, what do we want in that zone there? It's like, does the council this fiscal year want to commit to allocating certain money to get that done?
And then we can.
And then we'll figure out the policy.
See, that would
and
make sense to me for a budgetary thing.
Yeah.
And then include also our legislative things underneath that heading as well, that would also
Right.
include. that.
Yeah, this is where our little jobs just overlap perfectly.
Glad you made it.
Yeah, mine too.
The person that put code enforcement in there, what was the intent with that? I know, but I'm thinking, was it meant because if we enforce
We need
code,
more
then
officers
we,
or do we? Yeah.
where, well, and why, right? Was it meant to, all right, if we enforce quote code better on ADUs, then I'm more comfortable approving more ADUs because I know they won't turn into unlights and duplexes. I'm just curious what it was.
I mean, thinking about that, I think I said something about looking into parking. I want to look into, I didn't say code enforcement, but I said, want to look into doing some parking programs and permit parking. Places like Slate Canyon, places over by George, we've got some emails where, and that would indirectly help with code enforcement. And it just makes code enforcement easier for our people. And it's a cheap way to do better code enforcement,
So it's more parking.
less parking.
So a lot of the
Yeah,
issues
I
that
think
we should
address
do parking.
that have
Yes.
come up from the council this past year, at least through the tracker, have gone back to the enforcement side. And so
Yeah, I can say
if there's
personally,
not a sufficient enforcement force, then the more you add on, the less they can do, right, wrong, or indifferent. So I think
It's too bad Bill's not here to give us an answer to that, but my sense is that going back several years, this was a huge problem. Because not only did we have insufficient numbers of code enforcers, but we were losing them about every 6 months
It's
after we
improved a
hired
ton,
them.
right?
But it's improved, there's a lot more stability, we have a really good
We have a
zoning
good team,
enforcement
yeah.
director. And every time Bill has spoken about it, it sounds to me like he feels like they're pretty good with staffing. I don't know. Do you have any sense of that, John? Is there?
I don't, you Scott, you know?
I'm just texting Bill right now.
It's like on it.
Because that's
I
the
heard
bigger
something.
budgetary question is whether or not they need, you know, either more staff or some software that they don't have that's, you know, would help them track
I can
something.
tell you, Benedict and Kendra are really, really good.
Yeah,
And
they
they've
are.
been pretty stable for a while. Kendra's over my section of town and Benedict is over downtown.
They do awesome.
Downtown.
It's so much better than it was, yeah.
Yeah, so.
But it's an endless job, right? It would
Well, it's
make
a
it easier,
thankless job.
which is why I think doing some parking permit programs
Do you want Bill to come?
would make their life easier.
Do we need Bill to come to answer that or?
But if we're doing parking, that's not zoning enforcement, that's more parking.
Yeah, it's an indirect thing to help
I
zoning.
don't think we need to, I hate to disrupt them. Because again, we're gonna have more questions and dive
Just tell them we
deeper into
love
this.
them.
All right.
We would like to do around three.
And thank you.
Yes, let's do
Yeah,
round
I
three.
don't normally say that to him, but I'll do it.
Including or not including zoning.
Say Rachel
The
said.
zoning
Yeah,
update, I
better.
think we all agreed it should go to the housing.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll take it off the list here.
Owners.
And so so code enforcement, did we change that to traffic code enforcement? Or?
Well, I was viewing it through the lens of ADUs. Personally, I was saying, you know what, I'd be more comfortable
Yeah.
adding more ADUs and adding them more quickly if we had good enforcement to ensure they don't become
But
illegal
honestly,
duplexes
if
or
we
whatever.
are enforcing on the parking, then that's the real problem with the
People are
ADUs,
gonna
right?
That's one of the big, two issues in my mind personally is they just end up unlicensed duplexes. And then the other thing is the practical day-to-day aspect of, well, so they don't, because they don't serve the intended purpose of promoting homeownership when somebody moves out and says, I'm just gonna rent the top the top as well, and then hope nobody notices. And then the day-to-day is the parking. That's, the big complaint from the residents that are impacted.
And I think that day-to-day is the most important part, right?
Well, my big thing too is
That's
making
actually-
our move-up homes into duplexes.
Yes.
Right, because we do need
And we
that.
have
need the
limited-
stability, we need the bigger
We have
homes.
limited move-up homes and limited 4+ bedrooms.
So, yeah.
And it goes back to the issue of like, we can't actually enforce numbers,
Because
right?
then it
So
just
there's
has
6
the same
people on the
housing
upper
stock
floor
as
and
what
6
we've already
people on
got.
the lower floor.
It's not giving us
not
a variety,
related.
it's giving us a duplex.
There's actually no way to totally enforce on that, except on parking, right? Because if their cars are spilling out into the street, then it's like, okay, we've got a problem, but you can't actually go into the home and go into each of the bedrooms and say how many people are.
So
Show me your birth certificate on top of that.
So to circle back, so I know everybody, what does zoning update mean? Traffic, general enforcement?
That's
No,
what Rachel.
that was my thing. So now we're talking about code enforcement.
Sorry, I took us off track. Typical.
We switched gears.
Okay, I am about to send out the next link.
Michael just does it.
He's like, I'm
Sorry,
done.
if we have questions.
By the way, I changed my meeting, so we're good.
Oh, man, this is some breather.
We're good. You guys have me longer than you might want.
I apologize for the confusion, Travis.
Okay.
Oh, shouldn't you? That's right.
Yeah.
Justin, you'll be able to report both the priority and the subcategories. You could have one day. Okay.
Okay. It is in your inbox. We're going through cyberspace
Cyberspace.
as we speak.
Yeah, just came in.
Still nothing, George.
I'm just waiting for it. I don't know, it's always been, I'm actually pleasantly surprised that it comes as soon as it does. My provo.org email, for some reason, I think it's because it has to go through some circuitous route to get to my Gmail account.
So now we're just
Takes-
voting for what
takes
we
like-
want to be our number 3 priority? Is
Yeah,
that-
take hours.
because the rest were just kind of a spattering, so it's like, okay, what is,
When does the mayor get back?
She's back.
She's back, okay. How was the trip?
I haven't had a chance to even sit down and hear story time at all.
Yeah.
Educating citizens.
By the way, Francine Benyon passed away yesterday. Yeah.
You know, just like.
Rock Canyon champion.
What a wonderful citizen.
Wonderful person.
So it's a PR campaign. get
Okay,
citizens
I got
to-
it.
Yes, and.
And also let people know what we're doing and how they can help.
Yes, like.
It's a lot smaller list. It's kind of exciting.
I know, right?
Load those-
Really stack them here.
Load those votes up.
You gonna stack them all in one thing, George?
Yeah, just to bug Travis, make him guess.
That's awesome.
Who's doing that?
Well, not that changes my strategy.
It's turn.
I guess I don't care as much about bathrooms.
Okay, can I just say it makes my heart warm that so many of you care about bathrooms, or that somebody else in the room does.
Oh, I do, because my parking lot is up there.
Yeah.
Who's had to go publicly in the park behind a building?
Is terrified that they're gonna get arrested.
Yes, I'm like,
Yeah.
city council member arrested for indecent exposure behind building at park around children.
Hey, you'd be on the registry for that one, Travis.
Yeah,
It's
seriously.
better. The city employees do that down by my neck of the woods in that expansion of the park. And they get recorded on the cameras, yeah. Those people watching as they go back there.
Do you have the evidence? Because I've heard the urban myth, but I haven't seen the evidence.
It's on their cameras, but I haven't gotten to post. Yeah, I was going to do it, but I don't want to get anybody in trouble.
Okay.
Someone needs to get in trouble.
There's a lot of people there. It's power, it's park, it's.
I remember, Scott, at one point, there was like an old survey around Memorial Park that said they didn't want a bathroom there. And I'm like, of course the neighbors don't. They can just go home to their own bathrooms and then fewer people use their park.
It was kind of part of, I was around part of the neighborhood program when they built that playground. Because originally it didn't have much for active recreation there. It was
Yeah.
built as a memorial park. And they wanted the playground, but they didn't want the restrooms. If I remember right, it's because of the gangs it attracts. And I go, these are the lamest gangs ever. If it's our restroom. So.
I wanna see that
remake.
Gangs of Provo.
And this is, so that and Becky's,
Yeah.
Lakewood Park it's a park where they're just, I can't remember who she was, but she was just honest constantly about adding play equipment that wasn't under power lines. And the parks.
Oh, no, I
department
moved
applied
it.
for a
We're
grant,
good.
got a brand new playground.
No, it was.
Which was Becky.
It was more frustrating than I
And
thought. It's the only
then
one
we
way
did
to
it.
do it.
We did that, moved it right
Hold
out.
on,
It doesn't have a lot of logic to it. But then the second part.
I
of the
guess
park,
that's
you
my
think we
bad.
would build the rest of that park without a restroom in it.
That
No,
block out
you know,
the time
But
limit
that
to
doesn't
get the
mean
agenda, then
restrooms
they,
aren't needed, so no.
Right.
shorten
Yeah.
it.
So
I
it's
figured
it's
that
that
would happen.
scaling of, we
I didn't want to
want
sound like I didn't
this.
want to be here. I did.
Originally don't want this and now we want this, so would be putting that restroom right there in
Yeah.
overall park development in Lakewood Park. Does that
I
make
guess
sense before
because of
we've
how
done
this
the
works,
design, or should it be
I
closer
need
to
to
the
have it
pavilion?
all in.
Which is gonna be further
Split
down
it
to the
up.
other
Yeah.
side.
Go small.
Yeah,
It's not that,
I appreciate that we do
department-
things in phases and traditions.
it's not like restrooms, because we have them at almost every single park.
Right, but with the logic that I have, if I fight for the restroom, that's a fight for the extension of the park.
Yeah, I realize that's your logic.
Yeah. And I realize it's probably your logic too, because you put it in a place that's not
In
necessarily.
the middle
owned
of
by
a
the city.
vacant field, where supposedly city employees
Alright,
are
whatever.
only the ones utilizing.
I don't want to be the guy
You
that
know,
just vote
that
that
would
one
be-
thing with all my.
That would be a
Alright,
mistake too, and a
surveys
priority question also. So we gotta figure
What
that out.
does it say?
A lot of times the prioritization comes right from this group.
So code
funding
enforcement,
is
let's
CIP.
talk about what we want in code
If you can
enforcement.
get.
Well, I didn't go all in on code enforcement, but I did go higher. And I'm viewing it in the context of like owner occupancy, ADUs. I think it's gonna be important for all that stuff. So that's why I gave it that priority. So that's kind of how I'm viewing it, but others are viewing it differently.
I say we implement a parking permit program in those couple of neighborhoods that are asking for it now.
So my note on that is, I don't know if that's a budget priority. to implement a
Yeah.
parking
Yeah.
permit program, so
You're
if
right,
you're
because it
talking
probably
about
doesn't
code
cost that
enforcement,
much.
it
That's
needs
more
to
of
be on
a
money.
council priority.
Yeah,
Yes.
parking programs are supposed to pay for themselves.
So as far as code enforcement, what in the budget do you want to see addressed to that?
That's what
Is
I-
that additional code enforcement
More
officers?
Do you want additional officers?
More cool software.
Do they need?
Well, I would like to know, what do they need to help do their job better?
Yeah.
Is it
Let's-
software?
let's-
Is
Let's
it?
find out from them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Need
but I think we
an
need to give them an intended purpose, right? Like, this is why we are stating code
Well,
enforcement is
you're doing
important,
a demo, so
because
that's
we
not
want
be
to
taking long term, it's more of a.
So-
this or that.
I just had a thought
Does
here
that
about
make
code
sense?
enforcement, and I think police and fire are in the same category. These are potential, I mean, unless, I know there, maybe you had more in mind than just this, but if we're talking about the potential for additional personnel, we already know that the plan is for, one police officer and 2 fire officers, is that what we got? Is that what you saw?
Yeah, the
3,
5-year
so 4
plan.
total, and that's presumably gonna be part of the budget proposal that you're gonna bring back to us?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if we need to send anything other than we'll support, I mean, unless you went way beyond that somehow, right? And you said, oh no, we need, 4 officers or 3 more police officers in addition to the fire or something like that, then it's a whole different ballgame, and it is suddenly a big budgetary question as to where that money's gonna come from. I guess what I'm saying is maybe code I mean, I'd rather hear from the police chief, the fire chief, and from Bill about what personnel needs they have. If the message is sent to them that we support you, we want you to be able to have the sufficient personnel that you need to do your job well, maybe that's all we need to say. I mean, I don't know. I'm just brainstorming with y'all. I don't know. It just feels to me like we're not opposed to helping them. We are very supportive of helping them, but we don't have any reason to believe that they need more than what they have currently indicated that they need. And in Bill's case, we don't even know if he needs anything more, so.
Yeah.
John, do you have anything to say about that?
As far as particularly the police officers and firefighters,
And code enforcement?
Code enforcement mostly, I think, is what the question is, has Bill expressed, I need more code enforcement officers or anything like that?
I know that things have, like you mentioned earlier, things have improved. Whether he wants additional, I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, so George, I was gonna take a different stance in that I think giving them more direction might be better, because like, take my example of, I'd like to see us focus on enforcement of ADUs, and then I'd be more comfortable adding more ADUs. Then Bill might say, oh, okay, if you're talking about specifically regarding ADUs, then I need a piece of software, or I need more feet on the ground, right? So giving them a little bit of direction might help them determine where they might need the money. But
Yeah, I just haven't heard him say anything.
Yeah.
So even on the ADU thing, he's never sent up any alarm saying we couldn't handle it.
I'll give you an example though. So when I rented out my west side property, I submitted the application to be a landlord. Never heard anything back. And I don't know if that's casework load, too much casework, or too much of, and I had to bug them because I wanted to be in compliance, because I had already found renters and everything, right? In the meantime, I'm like, I can't wait. And I had to bug them and say, can somebody come over? And, oh yeah. And so that tells me that something's not connecting there, and then maybe it's not enough people, or maybe it's not the right process. I don't know. Seemed like as a
we've heard that.
as a potential landlord, like, not being critical of them, and it could have been that we got lost in somebody's inbox and it was a one-time thing. I don't know. Well, maybe we just get some feedback from them. Justin's like, guys, we can
Okay,
save
so
a lot
is
of time.
this,
We
wait,
would've just picked
is
5
this the
categories.
result?
Yeah.
The result
Going with the 5
Yeah.
categories.
Oh,
I think Rachel added hers last,
Well,
because all of a sudden the numbers went.
did you just change yours?
yeah, because if code enforcement isn't actually a budgetary thing, then I'm not gonna prioritize it.
She had the advantage of
So she
seeing the rest of us,
changed hers and
the
then-
rest of us.
Well, also, I wanted to see if you could change your vote and
Yeah,
what
you
would
can.
happen,
You
so I totally, it was fun.
I'm gonna guess it is a budgetary thing. I'm gonna say if you want better enforcement, we need more feet on the ground or something, but I don't.
Yeah, but the part of code enforcement that I'm interested in, which would be parking in these areas, shouldn't cost much unless we need to pay for an app or something, but I don't think we do.
It's already running,
It's
so
already, yeah, so.
I think in their ideal, they do want to do a better app. And they should have for doing street parking.
So just to be clear, Rachel, is this your final one? Cause I did download like the results.
No, I'm just having.
When everybody sent in, so what is
Michael,
the
bring in the
official
receipts.
one? Are we doing the one that's on the screen now, or the one that everybody submitted originally, where code enforcement was the top one?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's a big difference.
It is a big difference.
I'd rather know what she actually wants rather than play some trick. I mean, what was your preferred vote was your second one? I don't care.
So,
I mean, if anyone else wants to change their vote, I'm open to that. I just
Yeah.
would rather,
Yeah.
I just think we should do what we want collectively as a
Yeah,
body.
do whatever you want, I just want it to be, and for staff, I just.
Accurate.
Yeah.
yeah. Well, I just don't know what funds we would want for code
Well, the
enforcement,
point
so
is
maybe
he's
that's
saying
talking
that.
to Bill.
Yeah.
But we could do that right now.
I'm here till
Did
6
you
or
tell me
later.
that?
What's that?
Can you
we
tell
see
him we
Bill?
love him?
You're pushing for 7
You
now.
want him to come down?
Let's
I think we
go.
do.
Yeah, I think we do need him for this.
Just take a quick break.
Sure.
Just
A
the
break?
right time.
Me.
Break.
Yeah.
All right.
Agreed.
Recording stopped.
Yeah.
Two broad
Recording in progress.
One that we asked Bill Pepperoni to come down here from Development Services. We're interested in what we could do to help code enforcement, to help them do their job better, whatever they may need in help budget-wise, looking at actual budget things. Now, I know Becky and I dealt with stuff on the west side where they say it's stuck in legal forever, and that, a lot of stuff, since we use the type of enforcement that we do, it all has to go through legal, which is that's a huge piece. There's enforcement officers, that's another budget piece, it's huge. And there is software and tools. So Bill, if you could just speak to that and what you could see, or if you need to come back to us, or if you're anything specific, just whatever you can do to help us make this decision.
So it seems like enforcement has been a council priority for several years now, and you have been willing in past budgets to throw additional funding towards increasing enforcement and making that a priority, and we appreciate that. You asked us several specific questions. One was about ADUs and those types of things. There's a software that we use, thanks to your funding, that scrapes websites that look at short-term rentals, and that's very helpful for us to look at that issue. That's just one subset of ADUs or occupancy issues. As Patrice was alluding to, one question I would have, or I'd like to discuss with Brian Jones, is would it be helpful for have another city attorney that would just handle our zoning cases? In the last meeting, we had the mayor's meeting with the neighborhood chairs just a couple weeks ago, where all the districts were there during that meeting. The woman came up during the meeting and asked specifically about zoning enforcement in the case in her neighborhood that has been a problem. That specific property is on our priorities list. The problem has been on our priorities list for years. She was absolutely right, but it's been a problem property in their neighborhood for years. That to me is embarrassing that we have something like that going on. So I would like to discuss with Brian, is it more effective for us to have an attorney that just handles our zoning cases and gets those into court? Is that more cost effective than another zoning or a couple zoning officers? I'd like to examine that. I can't tell you right now if there's other specific softwares that we could use that would make us more effective. I will talk with Brian Jones or Scott Johnson about that and get back to you. But I'm happy to provide any information I can. I appreciate the priority you're giving to this, and we want to do something as we can.
So when could you get back to us? What should we look as a timeline? Before the next meeting?
Oh, yeah,
what's our next meeting?
Yeah. I'll send a memo to you this week.
The next budget meeting.
February 13th.
Okay, so before then.
But Bill, if we added a couple more neighborhoods onto a permit parking process, would that be a need for more
budget?
The parking division probably not zoning. Parking division is already, they're pretty maxed out. And again, that's been a priority of yours. You've thrown some extra funding to that. We've been able to raise hourly wages because of that. And for the first time, we advertised an opening there, and we got a lot of applications. Yeah. So that increase in salary that you just authorized, we're seeing that move the needle. Okay. If we're going to add any more parking areas, I think we'll need more parking staff.
Okay. Another issue I thought of in regards to this, and it's coming up, is that if we implement that idea that all the short-term rental places have to have a business license to run a credit card, that will also indirectly help code enforcement without causing more grief on our people, right? It's like an indirect way for us to make Airbnb and then manage it, and we don't have to worry about it. But Travis had a question.
Well, I was going to say, from my perspective only, I was looking at code enforcement from a standpoint of like home ownership, promoting home ownership. Could we increase our housing stock by adding more ADUs, knowing that, hey, we're going to have even better enforcement than we have today, and we're going to ensure those don't become unlicensed duplexes or, whatever. So I was kind of looking at it from that standpoint, like how, home ownership's a priority for us, increasing housing stock without kind of blowing up our neighborhoods, right? And so I was kind of thinking code enforcement is an important piece of that. So any thoughts on, is there a way for zoning to help us with home ownership, with, more ADUs without I don't know. Did you see where I'm kind of going on this? Like, we need more housing, we need more home ownership, we need less absentee landlords, we need less outside investors, right? We need people to be able to get into homes and.
Yes. The reason I'm hesitating to answer your question is that is far and away the most difficult enforcement we have is trying to verify, multiple owners in the same unit or enough individuals in the unit that are exceeding our occupancy limitations. That's the hardest thing for us to prove. It's very time consuming to try to do that. More and more owners and renters are becoming educated in what our rules are. And so when you knock on the door, they're all related. Or they'll say they only have 3 in the building where we have a strong suspicion it's 5 or 6. And trying to get enough proof to take it to court, it takes a lot of effort and time. How much additional officers would move that needle or help us in that direction? Let me get with Scott, and again, I'll include that in the memo that I'll write to you.
Yeah, because you can see the concern is that when those turn into rentals with absentee landlords, that reduces the ability of a local person to be able to go in and buy a home, or it drives up the price of homes, or, I'm not trying to be, I want to make sure I'm not anti-renter by any means. I have a rental property, but I try to follow the law, right? And I guess to your point, you just never know, right? How do you even know? I guess as a landlord, I might not even know how many people are in my property, right? So you don't, yeah. So it's
even with the issue of over occupancy, I'm sorry, what you just said was what happens when a single family home with an ADU becomes a duplex. Even in that situation, property owners are becoming pretty sophisticated, savvy in forming an LLC, putting a kid or 2 in the LLC, and that's who's living there. So again, it makes it hard for us to enforce on that being used as a duplex, what it really is. But they've skirted the rules by putting kids on the deed through an LLC.
Does that necessarily get more likely or less likely with ADUs? Or is that just, because like your house is, if a person just owned the house and is renting out the house, they have the same problem of not knowing exactly how many people are actually in the house, right?
Yes.
But I mean, the reason I'm asking is that's kind of what I heard Travis's question directed at. I mean, if our current level of ADUs were to remain the same, or if it were to expand, what would you foresee being the need in order to adequately, enforce? My assumption has always been if we have a law, it's not 100% enforceable, but at least it gives you more of a tool than if you don't have a law. And so I haven't always seen it as like causal, like, oh, if we had this many more opportunities for ADUs in the city, we'd have that much more of a problem. What's your take on it?
No, I agree with what you're saying. I agree with what your point is. I like the way we handle ADUs and that the main unit or the home has to be owner occupied. And even though they are those who are figuring out how to skirt the rules or beat the rules, that's not the rule, it's an exception. That's not happening a lot. It is happening, but it's not, certainly not the majority of cases. So I like our ADU rules that require the owner occupancy there. In most cases, if people adhere to that, people follow it. Is there more money in then leaving it and using it as a duplex? Yeah, sure there is.
I have a question for you. Like outside of outside of apartments, have you ever heard of anything where people like limit how many homes an individual can own in a city?
I would really question this where that would be legal.
Yeah.
I think that should be constitutional.
Could the city limit how many homes an individual can own in the city? Or not the city, but own in the city?
Yeah, but I know one guy who has like 20 different LLCs to hold each of his properties so that.
You get sued on one, the others can't be brought into it.
Exactly.
It's
So
just
there are ways around it.
It happens in the business world too. If you're about ready to go to into bankruptcy, they'll skirt it to a different LLC, at least the assets.
Let me do some research on that.
I think what we're asking is just, is there a way that if we were to increase funding somehow, that we could accomplish some of these things? Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Looks like we have 4 priorities: bathrooms, code enforcement.
Yeah, that was very instructional. Glad you brought it down, thanks.
Thank you, Scott.
Bill did all the hard.
All right,
That changes I would change my vote on that. I don't know I can't even remember what I said on code enforcement, but that seems like a higher priority than I thought it was after hearing it.
So I moved that our number 3 priority be code enforcement.
and he'll come back to us, and if it ends up they need nothing,
Can we
we
do
can
that?
readdress.
Yeah, with bathrooms, the number 2 backup for number 4.
Alternate one.
You sound like an omnibus bill.
Yeah, no, but my motion is just straightforward. Let's make code enforcement number 3.
Right, I said I want.
Oh, yes. We're making code enforcement number 3.
Yeah, Craig,
Uh,
George.
Well, as long as, so police and fire, is it the general feeling of the council that the numbers that they gave us, that as long as that's something that you can fit into your budget? I mean, I only raised that because of the property tax issue. If that helps that become a possibility when it otherwise might not, then that would be certainly motivational for me anyway, but
I think it's okay keeping that separate issue where if we do the truth of taxation, we still go to fire safety.
yeah, I just don't know if they're in their budget calculations, they're gonna wanna count on that as a means to paying for one of those positions.
That's probably
or-
something we should bring up when it comes closer to in a work meeting, I guess, I guess it would be helpful for us to direct them in that regard if we want to make that decision.
But this shouldn't be taken as we want you to cut fire and police.
Yeah, I think we take it as a council action that we are still operating under. So I think it is there
Yeah.
still, the
Yeah.
5-year plan is
Yeah, this
still
was a
there.
5-year plan that we requested.
And we still like that.
And I didn't know, John, if you let in on this, but this is going to be a very difficult budget year. So as these priorities are coming in, I guess there is the mind of balancing these priorities with the actual operations too. So this is going to be a difficult budget. What am I gonna?
On top of that, I agree, Scott, the 3 firefighters, I really feel like it's critical that we do everything we can to fund those so that we don't wind up with 9 3 years from now, because that would be impossible.
Yeah.
But with the 3 firefighters and the police officer, that's no small change in a difficult year, so it'd be very challenging.
Difficult because of demands on the budget or?
Like how expensive.
Well,
that is.
yeah, we're seeing sales tax revenue, we're pretty much flat from the year before. But we had budgeted for about a 4% increase, exactly 4% increase. And if we continue to see things flat or slide a little bit, then we may be forced to the budget pretty flat in 25. And we have COLAs, we have regular inflationary costs that are going up in our budget. And so it just becomes very challenging very quick.
Where's all the TARP?
Yeah.
Where's all that TARP money? Let's just do that again.
Yeah, just start the machine, right?
All right, so
This is what I've got up on the screen. Some direction of whether or not that looks accurate would be great.
do we want to simplify the order occupancy as far as stating that one line that we had as far as diversity and to diversify the different kind of housing throughout the city idea?
Also, do we want to put these in order of priority as far as how we voted? So for example, under owner occupancy, or let's just say active transportation, I think that traffic calming and pedestrian safety was
Carterville
above
was
Carterville, and Carterville was at the bottom, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I would say prioritize them in the order that we prioritize them, so that there's some indication to it. And let the city know, let the administration know that we've kind of put these in priority.
Based off of which
Well-
round, because I think they were on different levels in each.
For the most part, they came
You're pretty
through,
consistent.
they were pretty consistent.
They
It was-
kind of jumped around.
It was missing middle, it was
So do we
starter
wanna do
homes.
another
I just know
one
that
that's
land trust was
subset?
not,
Yeah,
Land
land trust
trust
is the
was
last
third.
one we added to
It
it.
was, but it was third in the voting, before zoning update.
So there's,
I wasn't here to tell you guys what that meant.
does a balance of home types throughout the city cover
That
the,
includes middle and starter, yeah.
Mhm.
so those two can be removed?
Or you can
With that
just do
statement.
another indent on your I and double I, yeah. See,
Like that?
yes.
Beautiful.
I'm not trying to think, I just thought we wanted to give them some sort of indication.
I mean, are we talking housing affordability? Is that what we're talking about?
We're talking owner occupancy.
Owner occupancy.
It's not necessarily about housing, we need some bigger homes. too.
Yeah, but you can't have a starter home. You could have a starter home that's $750,000, and that's not gonna help a
Right,
lot of people in Provo.
but I think
Owner
that,
occupancy is a weird name for this category.
But that's the goal.
well, yeah,
I mean,
that,
that's also sort of the code name, I mean, you know, sort of the
And you could
home
say,
ownership, I mean,
housing affordability is kind of what we're talking about.
I don't
overall.
want one person to own 25 homes, that's not my worry. It's owner occupancy.
yeah, I mean, I specifically meant, I want to help more people in
get
Provo
into- Do condos,
own
townhomes,
homes,
so there is.
as
but-
opposed to, so they can gain equity and
right.
then,
But when you do more middle, when you do more high-end townhomes, you open up lower homes, which, I mean, it all is a cycle, it's, all pieces are needed.
I just wanted to make sure that my assumption was we're talking about housing affordability, even though we don't have the term in there, and if that's,
That's part of it, 'cause we want people to be first-time home buyers, right?
right.
That's why we do the land trust, that's why we would require a certain
Right.
percentage.
I think housing affordability is a part of it, right? It has to be
Yeah.
affordable before anybody can own it.
Yeah.
You know?
But there's also pieces to move up houses, opening up more.
Would it be
starter
more
homes
clear
for
to the
other people.
administration if we said owner occupancy and housing affordability? I don't know.
to me, it's not about the affordability,
Yeah,
because we're not going to manage a macroeconomic issue. And so I think it's, for us to think we can legislate that, I see no way of doing that. We can provide some incentive, we can work with some, all of those things we should do. To me, this was, the core issue was, it's the balance, a sustainable balance in the city. And I don't feel like the 60+ rental and 40- is a healthy way to go forward. Doesn't mean we need to kick people out. I'm just saying, as we move forward, I would be much more mindful of homeowner occupancy than I would give to rentals. In my mind, we don't need more of that in our portfolio. Now, again, if the percentages reverse, I'm pushing
We need more
for
rentals.
Yeah,
rentals.
but this is one reason why affordability is such an issue, right? You could build a lot of those homes, and if people can't afford to live in them, then they're gonna continue to need to rent, and then the demand for rent can continue to go up, because you've got more and more people falling out of the ownership market.
Yeah.
And they wanna stay in Provo, and the only way they can stay in Provo is if they have rentals,
I was-
and then the demand for rentals grows.
But are they staying in
Right.
Provo? Because in my neck of the woods,
They're
they're
not
not
staying
staying
in
in Provo. They're moving out as soon
Moving
as
out
they
to
get
move
like
up
a
homes.
couple kids, and they're moving to move up homes and
Which
they're
is
not in our
just as
city.
bad, right? So we're losing our own, they're not staying.
like we're building apartment complexes 12 to 1. Single family homes.
I know, I'm just saying that the root of that problem, I mean, if you take out the student population, which we can do, when you look at the numbers, our rental rates are actually pretty close to everyone else in the valley.
Not in certain areas,
If you
not in
pull
the,
out the BYU and UVU student
Look at-
population.
Not in certain parts of the city.
look at Franklin or Franklin South, that is not the case.
Not in,
Just saying, I'm not talking about individual neighborhoods. I did the math last time we looked at the data, and it was very close to what the rest of the valley is. And my point is that there's always gonna be that population that's always gonna need to rent. And we're not in the market of trying to provide student housing that is for owners, right? But for people who are in the city, who are here working and they're trying to live, they're sending their kids to our schools, these are the people we want to provide housing for. And if our income level in Provo is losing pace with the cost of housing, which is what it's doing, then those people will never be able to afford a home. And they're not going to go to another city because they're already living there. I'm saying that they will. I'm just saying that demand for rentals corresponds to the price of a home.
but it's also the amount of homes that are for sale increases the price of homes for sale. We have a shortage of that, right?
Oh, absolutely. That's why I'm saying
Yeah.
we should be building those. But if all we're building, this is what's so heartbreaking about, even the starter homes that we knew were being built in the west side, and we found out that the average home was over $700,000. And I thought, what did we just do? We didn't provide a starter home for anybody who's in the starter market. I mean, this is beyond 95% of our population.
But also the degree of 700 homes open up the homes below that, you know what I mean? Economically.
But not if you're not building them. If you're not building a home that is less than 750,000.
It opens up the starter homes if those people are living in, and then there's homes become a starter home. You know what I mean? The moving up does make a difference in the economics of it.
But not if you're not building. I mean,
You're
if
not
you're,
saying, George, she's saying you build an expensive house, somebody moves out of the cheap house into the expensive one, the cheap house becomes the starter one that's affordable for somebody to move into.
but where is the cheap house that's?
We're not
that's
building new
under-
cheap houses, we're just building the new, more
I
expensive
know,
houses.
but even the people who are in the homes right now, the
Yeah.
housing crisis is so bad that the people who are in the housing, the low end of our housing market
I'm saying it
are
all
already
helps.
unaffordable
The
for
point is
most
it
of our
all helps.
population.
Everything helps. Any sort of housing we add helps.
Not if that gap keeps going. Not if that gap keeps going.
And the
That's why
gap
we're-
is going to continue to scream. I mean, what's the numbers? The average amount that the average Provo homeowner can afford is they can afford half of what it actually costs. And there's a huge gap. I think it would be a mistake to say, well, the way we solve that is as many rentals as we can. Because we could move Provo to a 95.5 rental. And we would meet, well, I know, I'm just saying extreme. We would meet a short-term gap. We would not create a sustainable, viable city. That would be my concern, is that we make suboptimal choices now to meet this immediate need. And that's what I want to make sure that we balance.
Well, I think I'm not in disagreement with that. All I'm saying is that I think the affordability issue is primary, and I do think there are things we can do legislatively. Certainly the governor is trying to do that at the state level, and maybe that's where the most important action should take place. I don't really pretend to know, but there, we ought to be looking at ways to make homes more affordable if we can, to the degree that we can mitigate the rising cost of homes, and maybe there's.
Like what? I mean, at the margins, maybe we could reduce a fee, we could not have a fee.
Well, those are some of the options.
It's a
that we have.
rounding error.
It's
a rounding error. I just don't think it's anything substantial. And I think what we ought to be thinking about is not just now, about 5 years, 10 years, 15 years.
I'm just disagreeing, and I'm saying that if you can develop houses that are tiny, that are much smaller, you can develop them on smaller properties, and that drives down the price. You can have the land trust, that drives down the price. You can have accessory dwelling units, that drives down the price. There are lots of ways. There are lots of tools. And if you look at the housing recommendations, they're available to us, and we're not using a lot of them.
If you do the smaller unit and the smaller lot like they're describing, George, it also allows the developer to cluster the housing, which really saves on infrastructure, right? The
Right.
cost of it,
And
especially
we're
per
working on
house,
that.
is one of the big factors that's leading to our unaffordability. So that last project you saw on the west side of Geneva, the clustered of housing on half the property, that's a big part of the equation, because now instead of 100 feet of water pipe and sewer pipe per lot, we have now 40.
That was a huge win.
Yeah, I'm not saying we have silver bullets. I'm
No,
just
I
saying we
agree.
have to be like
And I think we
very
do,
vigilant.
we do need like the pocket neighborhood,
Right.
Rockland.
Yeah, we're working, like,
Really,
we're working
really
on
important.
that, like, the city's working on a big one, you know, like, High, we wanna work on that rock, like, those are things we're doing indirectly that we're trying to.
Can I share something else we're doing in development services on this issue? This isn't the solution to the problem, it's just one small part of it. But based on conversations y'all have been having, development services, we tell a developer who comes in with a piece of property for multifamily that we haven't already anticipated for being multifamily. The message we send is, if part of that product isn't affordable, or part of the product isn't owner occupied, the chance of zoning approval just went way down. I'm not saying if you do those things, you're gonna guaranteed approval, that's not my call. But I am saying if you leave out those types of things, you don't throw any kind of benefit back towards the city, your chance of approval just went way down.
Yeah.
Okay? So we're trying to help move the needle without having to change code or legislation or any of that, just by sending a message that I think is consistent with discussions you've been having.
And we're happy to get that speed on and stuff, like, did it sound like your whole thing, if it's all to be for sale, and or occupied for a year, all sorts of stuff. But that's our communication, that's how we know, that's up to us to hold the line and really communicate that.
I think we're in more agreement than maybe
We're in violent
you guys think, but maybe I'm coming
Well, and here's the
across
challenge, the
more
more you
argumentative
agree,
on
the more you magnify the tiny little differences. So, yeah, I think I don't disagree with anything you said either. We have to be more creative. I just wouldn't want us to think that somehow we're going to change macroeconomics.
Yes. And make poor short-term decisions.
And make poor short-term. I'm not saying you're saying we should, that would be my, if I had a concern, that would be it. And so let's just make sure we address that.
So are we good?
You tell me.
Did we get a third one?
Is that our third one, our
So
third
it's-
one's code enforcement? And Bill's gonna come back to us.
So can I just ask you a question? I know you're not parking, and maybe you have no idea. Conventional wisdom is the parking program would pay for itself in terms of the FTE. Do you have any sense for that?
I don't think they are now, because our fees are so low. I don't think they are now, but they could. Excuse me. Depends on what you guys are gonna charge for this fee.
Our fees are very low.
Yeah.
And
It's
they're
just
low,
like, there are several of our fees that are not covered.
they're low because,
Are they like 20 per year is what it is?
They're not even covering it.
Yes, 15 or something like that.
Is it a stretch to say 200 per year? Is that? because
That's
maybe
Salt
it's
Lakes is
affordable?
higher than that. We're having that come back to us.
Yes, it's coming back.
Michael, in the future, I recommend we use an AI tool to scrub social media posts, tag the council members and our emails, and just pull these three things. So I think if we were to go through, these are probably the three things that would be most important to most of our constituents. I think we boiled it down pretty well, guys. So it was a little bit brutal, but we got there.
less brutal than every other budget plan priority meeting I've ever had.
Oh, really?
Yeah, this is the most efficient. This
Take
is the
that as
most
a win.
efficient, and it's the shortest list.
Yay, thank you.
And I think we owe a debt to our Franklin planner.
That's right.
That's your new nickname.
He earned his consulting fee today.
I earned lunch.
So there's one more slide
Oh,
that I just
what?
wanted to ask you guys about. I don't wanna let you off the hook too.
Honestly, we would go like 6 hours and we would have a list of 30.
100 things. Oh my gosh, yeah.
This is also the best time budget priority meeting in the history of.
Yeah, this is the
City.
earliest in the year we've ever done it.
Yeah.
Well, I love the collaboration and being able to communicate those values and priorities back and forth.
Yeah, this is a great session for me too.
So I just wanted to touch real quick on revenue. You know, we can spend money all we want, but if nothing's coming in. And John touched a little bit on sales tax, and we'll be getting updates monthly, but wanted to touch real quickly just on kind of one-time and ongoing revenue and get some direction from the council on the follow-up meeting in February. So the council over the last year or two appropriated a lot of dollars, CARES dollars, ARPA dollars. There's a few kind of miscellaneous dollars that are left, and we're waiting for a final balance. So we will expect to present that to you here in the next couple of months.
Okay, before our February.
Hoping by, what do we say, end of February, John?
Okay. Yeah, we're thinking that we'll have the numbers first part of February, so it's by the middle of February.
Okay. Just because we've got to have those encumbered by the end of the year. And then just to give an update, so Legacy CIP Fund, there's approximately a little less than $2 million sitting in there, just so the council's aware. General fund balance is hovering around $29 million, or roughly 33%.
Sorry, where's the legacy CIP? What's that left over from? Or isn't that allotted or something?
No, that's the balance.
But isn't there something still to be spent?
Do I need like a parking garage or something?
No, so George, you appropriated so much to the demolition of this building. There was some cost savings on that, so it's partly that. There's also some, John, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe there's some interest in that as well. So there's just some leftover monies and then just some small amount. We did appropriate what we thought was the final leftovers 2 fiscal years ago to water conservation, if you remember that. And then Parks and Rec came and they did their presentation and we appropriated it to that.
Yeah.
But there is still a little bit left over from cost savings of other projects you had previously appropriated
A little
to.
bit is 2 million. That's a lot of it.
Well, less than
nice.
1.9 and change.
Yes.
And that's not allocated for anything.
Currently, no.
Not yet.
So you're talking about legacy CIP?
Yes.
So there is the money that's the savings from the demolition.
Yes.
There was $1 million for West Side Grocery Store.
That is not in the legacy CIP, that's in
not
the
legacy.
Economic
CIP.
Okay.
And so that's a number, that is a correct
And when
number.
does the 1.9 have to be spent?
Has to be encumbered by the end of 24.
So the end of this year.
And then it has to be spent by December of 26.
So end of 24, you're talking December 24?
Calendar 24,
Okay.
yeah.
How much
Alright,
for a
guys.
parking garage or something?
Come up with some
lot.
projects.
How much is it for a parking garage, Bill?
Like 20,000 per stall.
So we're looking at 6 to 8 million that we're trying to park. This building, Covey Center, 6 to 8 million.
6 to 8 million, so 2 would just be a third.
We'll get you that report.
And what's the update on the West Side grocery store?
Nope.
That's what Keith was referring to, the
I
resident.
know that,
of
but
Lakeview.
he said they were working
Yeah.
on it, but is
Yeah.
it close? Is it?
It's spinning wheels. We have a very interested buyer, very anxious buyer, and a seller who's very, very hard to get.
Oh,
Were those 2 separate buyers or 1 buyer? You said an anxious buyer, restless.
We have one
That's
anxious
one.
buyer who will put up the grocery store.
Okay.
And we have one owner who's been hard to, constantly contact. Seems like deal points keep moving.
But the other thing to keep in mind is ongoing funding. So we talked a little bit about fees that were mentioned, property tax, talked about sales tax, and transfers. So I know in the past it was the desire of the council to look at property tax increases. I don't know if that continues to be. We thought about making that a part of the presentation to do some property tax education. We wanted to save you a little bit from that painful experience. But if you want to bring that back, we'd be happy to make a presentation at the February meeting to give you a little context on property tax.
I find it.
What are the stipulations on the use of that economic CIP money that was for the West Side grocery store? Is it, what does it have to be used for?
It doesn't have requirements.
It's economic development.
It's actually the council's discretion, because I believe that was actually CARES Act money.
Yeah.
And the CARES Act money, we actually utilized public safety dollars for that. And so that was how the money was submitted to the government for how we spend it, but then we can turn around and they gave us the ability to spend it on something else, so that money's sitting there, can be used for other places.
And that doesn't have a time.
What other places?
I don't believe the CARES Act money doesn't have a time requirement, but the ARPA money does. And so I think that $1 million, I have to go back and confirm, but I'm quite confident that it was CARES Act, we wouldn't have a time requirement on this for. But the ARPA money does.
Is that $1 million appropriated and ready to be spent, or does that come back to the council for the right to spend?
It's appropriated to spend on incentives for the West Side grocery store.
Okay, so it does have that stipulation.
That's stipulation.
Is that what you were?
Well, I meant if we want to use it for something else, do we have to stay inside a certain bucket?
The council, if they came back and appropriated it for a different use, they can do that.
The assumption was that it was up to that amount, and if they didn't need it all, then it would come back.
That's correct.
Well, if we couldn't get a grocery store, how about a restaurant on the West Side?
Bill, what about looking at something along the Lakeview Parkway for a grocery store thing, if we can't look at that?
It's gone.
It's
Good
gone.
site.
It's gone.
We're chasing it down.
Even Wendy's didn't survive.
Because I know that's a big thing for the West Side, is they want the grocery store in a great location, not necessarily all the way to the south, but you understand that, right? Something accessible, something for everybody accessible.
Yes, we understand that, but we're limited on what we can encourage the market.
Right, I get that. They don't get that, but I get that.
Yeah, so I just say maybe if we could get a summary of what buckets of money are available, how much they are and what they can be used for, that'd be useful. Good job, staff.
Yeah. Anything with parks.
All right,
Public art.
well, if there is no objection, we will now adjourn the Provo Municipal Council work meeting by unanimous consent.
Bathrooms for parks, can we use it for that?
Recording stopped.
There you go.